If you've ever watched a rocket explode and then gently fall back to Earth, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another edition of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. Happy Friday, almost at mice down, drinks up time. One more day, one more opportunity to make some money before the 3-day weekend. Remember, inauguration on Monday, and the market is closed for MLK Day. So we got some stuff to go through. We got some stories. We got Mark Petrino and the stock of the day. The dude's been on absolute fire. We got to have some fun today. Also, Anne Marie coming up today. So a lot to get done. Let's get right to it. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Good morning and happy Friday, James. Welcome back. Good to see a white chocolate mocha. That's how we start a morning. Let's go. Bobby, welcome back. Jonathan, welcome back. Paul, welcome back. Big Bees, it's Friday. Let's get it, team. Good morning. Indeed, that's the type of energy that we need going forward here. Big Bees, let's roll. Hugh, good morning. Chuck, good morning. Sebastian, good morning. Happy Faloona Day. Sebastian, you must like my last name for some reason. I can't figure it out. Producer, good morning. Crim Biscuit, good morning. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. RG, good morning. Jaywalker, good morning. Bernard, conditionally accepted. Miss Lucia, good morning. Brandy, good morning. Eva, good morning. It's nice to see you back here, Eva. Market Sniper, welcome back. Matthew, welcome back. And Fairchild in the house. Welcome back, folks. Happy Friday. I hope you all are as excited as I am. Mark, hello. How am I? Dude, I'm doing excellent. Woke up really early today, 4:30 in the morning. It was still dark outside. I got my day started early, feeling good, ready to absolutely attack today. Day trader, hello. Welcome. Ahuts, good morning. Welcome. Ralph, good morning. Boy, we got a lot of energy here today. Let's go ahead and get right to it. First thing we're going to take a look at here is going to be the SPY. And then I've got a story here. I don't think you folks are going to believe it, but we'll see. Taking a look at the SPY here, we're still pretty much in the same area that we were yesterday, technically. If you recall, one of the things I said is that we're compressed between this 50-day and this 20-day. I know, breaking down barriers here, talking about stuff like that, but we were unable to break out of that 50-day moving average, nor did we break down from the 20-day. Now today, futures green across the board here today. S&P futures up 0.4, almost 0.5%. Dow futures up 0.43%, and the NASDAQ leading the way up 0.55%. So green arrows across the board. The big one here, though, is Bitcoin. Bitcoin up 2.66% on /BTC, the Bitcoin futures ticker. That is juice in some of the other plays. We got a story there about Bitcoin and crypto with the incoming administration that happens as soon as Monday. I expect the weekend to be wild for crypto. So really fun stuff. Now, today, as far as some of the trading action goes here today, I do want to see how the SPY interacts with some of these levels, because again, if we look yesterday, this thing was unable to really get above that 50-day. I understand technically we traded above it a little bit in the pre-market. That's all well and good, but we couldn't make any meaningful move above that level. And of course, we couldn't close above that level. Now we're back here in the exact same spot in the pre-market, just like we were yesterday. The question remains, though, are we able to actually punch through that? Do we have the juice to punch through that? Yesterday was actually an extremely low volume day, especially in comparison to some of the days that we've seen recently. It was one of the lower ones. So I want to see if we have any action here today. I want to see if investors and traders are scared. Maybe scared's the wrong word, but hesitant to hold over the 3-day weekend. I'm sure that there's going to be some, trades held due to the inauguration. One of the things that we've been discussing in happy hour is, while the market has clearly been rewarding the incoming administration, perhaps this is a sell the news event. And that's something that we should be ready to take advantage of. So we're going to see. We've got a shortened week next week. We do have Monday off. That should be good for the excellent slate of football games that we have this weekend. But other than that, we'll see how the market actually responds next week. Now, the story that we have here, this one, we're going to have producer throw this in the chat there. U.S. stocks likely to open higher ahead of Trump's inauguration. We know that already. All 11 sectors to report growing profits in 2025, says analyst. So for all of us that have talked recently about this market really needing a pullback and really needing some type of reset of the valuations, the froth to be removed, whatever it is that you want to say, we've talked a lot about some of the flashing red lights for the market and the potential downside move that we have ahead of us. Here we go, though. We have an analyst here, Callie Cox. Wall Street expects the perfect year from the S&P 500 companies in 2025. All 11 sectors are expected to report growing profits, which would be the first time that's happened since 2018. Think about that when you listen to management comments this season. So obviously, we'll see. This is a prediction on what's going to happen. We'll see how this ends up playing out. I would encourage you to go through this article here. I'm not going to read the whole thing with you guys, but this is a pretty good one. And I think it's, especially for me, I've been bearish for a while. I still do think that the market is going to correct at some point in 2025. I just can't tell you when, and I don't feel confident about that. In the meantime, I'm going to play what's working. I'm going to go where the momentum is. And that's been working, and we're going to keep doing that until it doesn't work, or at least I am. Positioning myself for a downward move ahead of the downward move. That is definitely something I'm keeping an open ear on. That's something that we're discussing with our network. That's something that the happy hour crew, the Benzinga community, this is something that we're planning for. But again, not easy to do. Not easy to do. So interesting report here. All 11 sectors to report growing profits in 2025. That would be something. I don't know that we'd have a prolonged down move in the market if that was the case, but we'll see how this shakes out. So interesting stuff there. Okay. Next, let me get the article here. Sorry, I didn't have this one. Loaded up here. Next is going to be the TikTok decision. All right. So TikTok ban decision left to Trump by the Biden administration. What this means for 170 million U.S. users and big tech. Also, we received a news report that the TikTok CEO, Su Chao, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correct. I believe that I am. Is to join Trump's inauguration alongside Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, amid looking for a U.S. ban. So I don't know that him showing up there is going to have anything to do with it, but there has been some talks about this ban. I know that this is something that's at the top of the mind for a lot of people, especially content creators. Rich Greenfield was on CNBC this morning, really kind of lamenting what a terrible decision this was by the current administration to just kick the can down the road. We'll see now how this gets handled when the inauguration actually takes place. My gut here is that cooler heads are going to prevail, and this isn't going to get banned in the long term. Also, what I feel even more confident about is that on Sunday, no matter what happens, the app's just not going to stop working. If anything, they won't allow you to download new copies or update the app from the App Store, but I suspect the app will work. And I suspect at the end of the day, this will get figured out. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't have a trade on this potential decision, so I'm just kind of along for the ride. Give me the popcorn seat. I've never installed TikTok on my phone, nor would I. And don't really care one way or another which way this goes. But I know TikTok's super popular out there. A lot of content creators use this. I think our group has talked about how there are a bunch of like small businesses that actually use the TikTok platform to sell and move product, and this might actually affect them adversely. So a lot of stuff to figure out here. We'll see where this ends up. We're reaching ahead here, but I will say it's definitely a good sign that the TikTok CEO is going to be at the inauguration. I imagine this issue gets ironed out pretty quickly, honestly. I imagine it gets ironed out pretty quickly. Okay, next here is going to be Rivian. Let's actually start with the chart here for Rivian. We'll go ahead and talk about the news, and we'll talk about We've kind of seen this before, right? Here is going to be your Rivian chart. Let me share that again. Rivian stock is racing higher after hours. What's going on? Also, Plug Power stock charges higher on a $1.66 billion Department of Energy loan. So first of all, let's start with the Rivian chart. We've been trading up. We've actually had some pretty good action here off this 10 level. Remember, this initially popped back here on the Volkswagen funding or loan or financing issue. That didn't really change anything, right? It did pop Rivian, made for a real good short-term trade, really didn't help the long-term trade at all. Rivian still losing $1 billion a quarter. Now, as far as the chart here, we're actually having a pretty constructive move here on the chart. You can see the downtrend that we're currently in, right? But we are on the cusp of possibly breaking this downtrend. And if you look on the other side, we actually have higher lows coming up off the bottom, this bottom here about 8.5. But the real support there clearly at 10. It does look like we're trying to punch this trend line down. Now, technically, we're above this, just the way that I've drawn it. Let's see where we close here today with Rivian. This would be a pretty good trend to break. And I could absolutely see why people would want to start taking swing trades on this if you're able to do that. Obviously, the fundamentals and the finances are one thing here, but chart actually setting up here on Rivian. Now, as far as the story goes here, Rivian Automotive shares are trading high. We already read that. After the market closed on Thursday, Rivian announced it closed a loan agreement with the Department of Energy Loan Programs Office for $6.6 billion in financing to support the construction of its next manufacturing facility in Georgia. Rivian says the funds will help support the creation of 7,500 new manufacturing jobs. So, this is actually a good piece of news here. We'll see where this ends up going. We'll see if this kind of changes things for Rivian. I know it actually is a pretty good trading stock. I feel like it's extremely liquid. I feel like we often have option action on it. I see a lot of you folks seem to be interested. A lot of you folks seem to be interested in Rivian. I think the truck does look pretty cool. It's not my favorite thing out there, but I think it does look pretty cool. It's different. It's unique. It's not cookie cutter. So I get a lot of the bull case there. Stock's been kind of crummy though. We'll see if that actually turns around. Truist Securities analyst Jordan Levy maintained Rivian with a hold rating on Thursday and raised the price target from 12 to 14. That's pretty much right where we're at here. 14.87, just shy of 15 actually on Rivian. UBS analyst Joseph Spock maintained a neutral rating and raised the price target from 11 to 14 as well. So we're pretty much right there where the current price targets are at here on Rivian. We'll see if we end up getting a move here on this, but that's what's going on with Rivian. The other story there that we talked about was Plug. We got asked about Plug, I think, the other day here on the show. I can't remember exactly what the question was. This, to me, Plug Power, maybe this does have some applications in the future, or maybe this will be a decent company in the future, but I don't think it's there right now. And I've been watching this company for several years just because it's actually been a fairly decent trading vehicle. Occasionally, you can make some pretty good short-term trades on this one. Not sure that I believe the long-term premise there yet. However, again, with the chart here, we actually have a pretty good looking chart, right? It does look like we've kind of bottomed out here at 2. It looks like we're trying to come up off that bottom. And now we're above all of these moving averages. And we've done some pretty decent price discovery action above these moving averages. Does seem like Plug maybe setting up to move through 3 and a little bit higher. No position here for me on Plug. I treat this as just kind of a day trading stock instead of something that I'm going to invest in long term. So you won't really see me holding this unless something really changes here with the company, but important to keep in mind where the stock is and what the chart looks like. We may end up getting a move there. Okay, and by the way, let's see. Did you put that Plug? You did. You got the story in there. Okay, awesome. Thank you, producer. Next here, we're going to talk about short sellers. Everyone's favorite topic on this show, it seems. Short sellers and what that means for the actual market here. This news, Bill Ackman, investor Bill Ackman, praised Hindenburg's research contributions to capital markets following the influential short sellers' unexpected closure. He went on to highlight the role that short sellers have in the market. And I will say, on the surface here, I definitely agree with Ackman. I absolutely think even being a long bias trader myself, I certainly don't think shorts are evil and this, that, and the other thing. No, I don't think that. I think you should absolutely be able to play stocks to both sides. And I think that the short sellers, this is kind of what this article covers here. The short sellers really do provide a service here, trying to hold people accountable. Quote, the shutdown of Hindenburg Research is a big loss to the field. They have done some great work, which I have admired from a distance as we don't short stocks. Ackman said. Ackman, of course, famous for shorting Herbalife in the past. That stock at $4, by the way, right now. The article actually covers some of that there. So, and then it covers what some of Hindenburg's big wins are. Interestingly enough, some of those companies reported on by Hindenburg all traded higher, whether it be Adani, SMCI, some of the other companies that are listed here. So, we've talked a lot about short sellers. We've joked about some of the short sellers that really don't have staying power. Really, what this comes down to is that if the research is quality, I think that entity or that company is beneficial. And Hindenburg definitely fit that. So I think maybe they will be missed here. Perhaps there will be a time where we get some of the same people or another shop that's going to do something similar to kind of open up. So we'll see here. We'll see here on this. I will say I liked Hindenburg. It was pretty good for some of our plays here. And I enjoyed reading their stuff. I did think that their research was top quality. So it seems like I was not alone on that. Okay. Next here, I know we had TSM earnings yesterday. We're going to start with the chart here. The action, not great. Herbalife is trading at 5.5, not 4, 6.6. See how easy it is to make a mistake? Number one, RG. The point that I was making is that when he was shorting it, it was, I think, around 100. So that's where we're at with that. As far as TSM goes, this has really carved out a very, very clean double top right around 220. I have this marked at 220, 220. So if you're a fan of twos, this is a pretty sweet level. They reported earnings yesterday. I know that there was some mixed feelings on the report. Market seemed to like it, popped it higher here. But then we kind of came back in a little bit. Jim Cramer questions NVIDIA's trading pattern amid positive Taiwan semiconductor earnings and Biden's China export regulations. So that was a tough one for me to get out there. So you go through that article. I know that the only reason I'm bringing this up here is because I know NVIDIA is arguably one of the most popular stocks in the market right now. We talk about it every day. We watch it every single day. It is what it is. So we're going to cover any story on that. This is a Jim Cramer opinion. I know some of you have mixed. We'll be as polite as we can here. Some of you have mixed feelings on Mr. Cramer, so take it with a grain of salt. But article there for you. My thoughts on NVIDIA and TSMC haven't changed. One of the things we discussed yesterday is how traditionally some of these semiconductor stocks had much lower multiples, much lower price to earnings multiples, 5 to 10 in some cases. You look at something like NVIDIA now, even after this pullback, you're looking at a 31 forward earnings here on the PE. So I actually asked a former analyst yesterday, I said, does the fact that we're in this AI craze, this AI boom, this AI theme that's very, very clear, does that change things? And said, nah, maybe temporarily, but it shouldn't necessarily over the long term. So we'll see how all this shakes out. Anyway, Jim Cramer, story there on TSMC and NVIDIA. And again, I just wanted to remind you of TSMC's price action yesterday, because good report initially popped, went right to that double top area and came back in. It's really going to need some more juice to bust through that area there. Okay, is Lion Atlas here, by the way? Because I'm approaching a story here that is pretty much just for him. Well, it's actually for all of us, but it has a Lion Atlas angle. So Lion, if you're there, let me know. If not, I'm gonna roll through it anyway. But before we get to that, one more story here, and this one's going to be on Meta. By the way, before I get into the actual story here, I did finish the Mark Zuckerberg, Joe Rogan podcast. And I will say it is definitely something anyone that cares about technology, politics, or just simply interacting with other human beings, you should definitely watch that podcast. When I first started, I initially was listening to it. There was a part in there where Joe's talking to him about bow hunting, and it appears that he catches Zuckerberg in a lie. And I said, you know what? I actually want to go back and watch the video of this. And I did. And it's incredible because it just really shows how good of an interviewer Rogan is and how good he is with people, because he very, very cautiously kind of walked him around without trapping him, kind of led him into an area where Mark Zuckerberg had to be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, you can apply that to some other things that he said, like the censorship at Facebook and all of that other things. I understand. Some people don't want to trust Mark Zuckerberg, but I encourage you to make your own decision. Watch it, listen to it, make your own decision if you have the time. It is worth the time. I know it's a 3-hour podcast, but it is worth the time. Now, the story here, they also talk about this in the podcast, but I saved it for the end here. Meta's community notes is exempt to paid ads. Marketers are left puzzled about organic content risks. So if you want to go ahead and throw that there, yep, you already did. Okay, awesome. Now, this is interesting because, first of all, I'm in a complete agreement with what seems like the majority now. The fact checkers, the fact checking, it is complete nonsense. It is absolutely partisan. It doesn't really help, and it's kind of been made into a joke over the last several years. The community notes model, much, much better. Crowdsourcing this, much, much better. And X has shown how much this has actually helped. Now, the interesting part about this is that while I think that this is a great move for Meta to move to this from the fact-checking system that they previously had, it is puzzling that they're not doing this on ads. I don't really think in the long run that might be as bad as, like, allowing it on politicians, let's say, for example, who make a living out of lying to people. But I don't know why you would stop here. It seems like that would be a loophole to be able to get something out there that's immune to the community note or something like that. I know on X, I see people having an ad for some type of video game or something that you can order, and the community note reminds you that hey, this is drop shipping, and you may not even get your order, or it may take a long time, or you may not be pleased with it, and all that stuff. So I don't know why they kind of left this corner blank. Well, I don't know that that's going to impact the stock. I still think overall they made the right move. So it is what it is on this. I don't know why they did this. I don't know what kind of long-term effect it's going to have on that. But that's what's going on here. We'll see how the community notes feature ends up panning out there at Meta. Okay. Now, I know you folks are going to be excited about this. Who is ready for NUC? First of all, who's already looking at this morning, curiously, and then who traded this yesterday? I know yesterday during the regular session, it did move. I think someone mentioned it here, but I can't place it exactly when that happened. But let me know if you folks traded this. NUC. Nucleus shares are soaring after hours. Here's why. So let's go to that actual story here. This is basically a compliance theme that we've talked about quite a bit here on the show for some of the other stocks. Shares are trading higher in Thursday's after-hours session after the strategic acquisition company announced it regained compliance with NASDAQ listing rules. That's literally what this is. That's literally what this is. So this thing's up like crazy here today. Checking back in at Pro, up 68%. I'll say this. I mean, the last time that our group traded this, it was an absolute hoot. I feel like more people made money than lost money on this. As RG is mentioning here in the chat, it has a super thin float. I've got this at 5.3 million shares. According to Pro here, the last reading on the float, I've got this at 5.3 million shares. If you recall correctly, I called this a Lion special because I think he said it was going to like 70 or 80 or whatever it was. And it just did that. It just went ahead and did that. And now it looks like this is on deck here again today. I wouldn't be. I mean, look at the volume that we're seeing in the pre-market already. Keep smiling. I'm still in NUC around $2 a share as I caught the first run up. I'll say this, keep smiling. That is a pretty impressive hold. If I was in from that $2 still, I did trade this on the way back up, but I was basically just short-term trading it. If I was still in from $2, I'd be ringing the register here up at $34. Pretty awesome move here on NUC. So I suspect that this is absolutely going to be in play here today. Knowing our audience and knowing our group here, I expect that this is going to get traded here quite a bit today. I'm excited to see it back. And we'll see what kind of action that we get here. A couple of things that I want to mention here with levels. Definitely keep your eye on 32 here. This is going to represent the the after hours high from yesterday that gave it resistance, as well as the initial impulse move here today. And then the bottom end of the range here, about 25.5. So 25.5 to 32 looks to be a pretty decent consolidation area. I know we've popped above that now. I would imagine if this kind of comes back in, that area will provide both support and resistance here on NUKK. So here's a look at the daily chart. The move that we've just had recently took us above the 20-day moving average, and also you can see some pretty significant resistance here at 40. What I'll say about that 40 level is I think if we trade above that here, especially if the volume really kind of kicks up in this like we know it can do, I would imagine that would also turn support for an intraday trade. So I would imagine we're going to take another look at this when movers time comes around. So when we do that, I'm sure we'll break this down a little bit more. But I'm excited that this is back here. And the news for why this is back is because it's just regained compliance. How about them apples? Pretty good stuff there. Next is going to be QUBT. This is quantum computing. And let me bring up the article here. I'm sure the producer will take care of it for me here. Quantum computing stocks drop over 3% during Friday's pre-market amid fraud allegations. So amid a turbulent period for quantum computing stocks, Quantum Computing Incorporated, ticker QUBT, is under scrutiny following allegations issuing misleading press releases. The company's stock experienced a 3.49% decline in pre-market trading on Friday. Capybara Research. So we just talked about short sellers and Hindenburg closing up shop. I would recommend following Capybara. I've done it for a while. Zoltan's talked about some of these reports as well. And here they're back in the news again today. The Capybara research report alleges that quantum computing CEO has been releasing promotional statements that exaggerate the company's quantum capabilities and customer interactions. These accusations coincide with a lawsuit claiming the company fabricated sales deals. So the reason that this story is interesting to me is because we clearly have a back and forth. We clearly have two sides of a coin on some of these quantum stocks. We've heard, okay, they're multiple decades away, and we've heard this is right around the corner. Companies better be quantum ready. So which one is it? Or is it somewhere in between, which is kind of what I think. Now, the reason that this is important is because we're seeing some of these different headlines and some of these different stories come out and then all affect the price of not only the one stock that the story is about, but also about other stocks. And so the quantum theme, which has been extremely volatile and pretty good for us traders here, I would say, looks like that is not yet dying out. So we're going to continue to highlight these stories as they come out. I'm sure we're going to watch all of the quantum stocks here today, without a doubt. Here is your QUBT chart. You can see that recently, just like we did with Rigetti and a lot of the other quantum stocks, we bounced off of the 50-day moving average. But again, with this news here, not good for QUBT. Stock is actually accelerated to the downside here, down about 5.5% now. So we'll see what this means for some of the other quantum names. I'll go ahead and start checking on them. Here's Rigetti. This actually drifted lower in the after hours yesterday. Now today in the pre-market, we've drifted a little bit lower as well, but it really hasn't kind of broken down yet. QBTS would be another one. This is D-Wave. This is another one that we've talked about. This too moved down in the after hours, but has really kind of held steady here in the pre-market. And then the other one would be QMCO. This did kind of back off of its run into the close, but again, holding here today. So all of the quantum names likely to be in play here today. The focal point of the story is on QUBT. Okay, QUBT. RG, you're asking about QTUM, right? That's the ETF, right? This is the Defiance ETF. Sure. I would say that with the story that we're covering here today, it seems to be more targeted towards an individual company. But if you see the entire sector start to move, or you see some of the negative sentiment really start to accelerate in more than just QUBT, I think QTUM is a decent way to kind of play that. So again, QTUM, Defiance Quantum ETF. And I apologize if I screwed up one of those letters. I was like, there's a lot of letters in here. I hope I don't mess them up. So hopefully that's good. All right, folks, it is 8:30 in the morning. It is time for Mark Petrino, our special guest, and the stock of the day. Let's give a warm welcome to Mark Petrino. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday. How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you feeling? I know the last time that you were joining us, you said you had COVID, but you didn't let it affect you and you powered through it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just like a cold that never goes away. But the weirdest thing is you can't smell anything.
You know what? I'm lucky. I'm someone that loves food. And the one time that I had COVID, first of all, it wasn't bad at all. And I never lost my sense of taste and smell. But I hear that from almost everyone else I talk to, Mark. So hopefully that comes back and you can enjoy some delicious food coming up here this weekend. Yeah. What do you got for us today?
Well, a couple things here. But I just wanted to mention, you guys were talking about the Nook.
Yeah.
In the institutional trading world, where I was for more years than I care to admit, you can't own certain stocks unless they're on certain exchanges, right? You're just not allowed to invest your client's money into something. So when something gets put onto an exchange like the NASDAQ or the NYSE, all of a sudden you have a whole new group of people that are able to invest in it. So that's why that's considered a bullish thing. But one thing, I'm going to try to share my screen here.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'll go ahead and pop it on the screen here. Here you go.
This kind of struck me this morning. This is a site that I look at. It's AAII. It's the American Association of Individual Investors, and it's a free site. And basically, they ask their members, are you bullish, bearish, or neutral? And the bullish rating, 25%. This is extremely low. Back in July, it was more than twice that, investors that are bullish. The bearish is almost 41%. This is the highest amount of bearishness that there's been in a year. This is actually a bullish sign. When you have a lot of bearish people, what do? They sell their stocks. What happens when they're done selling? The market runs out of sellers, and the only place it can go is up. So this is kind of surprising to me, actually, how quickly things have shifted. We went from 35% bullish to 25% bullish in 1 week. And I mean, you could see here the other changes over the past weeks have only been 1 or 2 points. So this is a bullish signal. It caught me by surprise. But, one of the things I always say is you got to let the market tell you what to do. Opinions are a very dangerous thing for a trader to have.
Indeed.
Because if you have an opinion, it's going to make you subject to different things. Like, for instance, it might make you subject to confirmation bias. And you might not even realize it. Say you think, all right, I'm going to buy Apple. Apple's going to go up. And there might be a sign out there or something that would say, wait a second, you're wrong. Apple's not going to go up. It's going to go down. But as humans, we're not wired to do this. And if you have this opinion, it might make you subconsciously not recognize that signal. So anyway.
And Mark, we didn't we kind of just get that on Apple, just to kind of take your example one more step forward. We just got a report, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, that Apple is losing market share to some of the Chinese brands. And I feel like we just kind of got that. They actually moved Apple down.
Yeah. Well, they can't be, great forever, right? I mean, but anyway, so let's talk about, I do the stock of the day, which is, I like to think about it as like a teaching article that people can get trading ideas from. I think the most interesting thing I did over this past week was this Edison International, symbol is EIX. And there's this old saying, right? Markets have memories. And in markets, certain price levels can be more important than others. Sometimes the importance of these levels can last for a long time. It could be weeks, months, or even years. So Edison goes into this big sell-off because of the fires in Los Angeles. I think some people are saying that maybe their equipment started one of the fires. Some people are saying that there's going to be all these areas they can't deliver power to now. They're an electric company. And a lot of times you get these big moves on news, but the technicals still come into play. So we get this big sell-off. Where did we find support? Right around 55. Now, the chart we're looking at here is a 5-year chart. This 55 level has been support for 5 years. It first became support back in October of 20. Now, I don't know why it became support in October of 20, but the reason why it became support in February of 21 and May through September of 21 and November of 22, and just the other day, is because there are people who sold at the bottom and then the stock rallies and they're like, this sucks, man. I wish I didn't sell. If it gets back to my price, I'm going to buy my shares back. So if you have enough of these remorseful sellers placing buy orders, the level that was support can become support again. Now, the next thing that happens is that some of the people that want to buy are afraid that someone else is going to outbid them. They know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell, or I'm sorry, whoever was willing to pay the highest price, and they don't want to get outbid. They don't want to miss the trade, so they increase the price they're willing to pay. Other concerned buyers see that, and they do the same thing, and you get this snowball effect. So 2 takeaways from here are, if something is selling off and you're wondering like, gee, where should I buy this thing? If it gets to a level that had been support in the past, there's a good chance it finds support again. Then there's the psychology of the nervous buyers who push the price up. And you can see it also on like the mirror image. This was resistance in April of 22, resistance in May of 23. This is like the 74 level. Resistance in July of 23, resistance in January of 24. Now, this is because of buyer's remorse. People buy at the top and then the stock falls out of bed like soon after. And they say, I made a mistake. I want to get out of my position here, but I don't want to lose money. So they hold on. And when it finally gets back up to their level, if you have enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders at the level that was resistance before, it can become resistance again. And then you get the mirror image of the sellers become concerned. They know the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So they reduce the price they're willing to sell at, and you get the snowball effect that pushes the price down. And this just shows you how important psychology is. That's what support and resistance form because of psychology. I mean, look at how precise this level is up here.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. People buy here and it goes down and gets back and they sell. And, there's a lot of expressions on Wall Street and some of them are kind of dumb. But when they say markets have memories, this is what you're referring to, or this is what whoever they are, are referring to. And so I thought that was a really cool chart. And sure enough, a lot of times, everyone has a different style. But I say that if I was on some desert island somewhere and I had access to charts but not to news, I don't really know how much different my analysis would be. I mean, I'm sure it would be somewhat different, but it's just amazing. And I know I'm a chart geek, but look at that. I mean, you could talk fundamentals, you could talk EBITDAs, you could talk operating margins, but if you don't understand the psychology, there's no way you could ever understand how we could find support at a level that has been support for 5 years. And you don't need to be a chart guru to see it. I mean, look how clear that is.
Yeah, no, that really jumps off the page there. What's so great about this is that when that really started to fall, Joe here, 13, my co-host, he is familiar with the company because of his time living in California. And he said as soon as this started to take place, he was like, this is a short idea. And now that it's come into this level, it's all over. It's all over. So it looks like we're playing for a potential bounce here off 55.
Yeah, I mean, it's already bounced about 10%.
Yeah.
It's trading around 61 now.
Yeah, so it's up about 6 points from that level, but very, very clear. Okay. You got anything else on this one?
On this guy?
Yeah.
Well, no.
I mean, this looks pretty good here. So, and this has actually been a really good play for us already. So it'd be fun to play this in the other direction.
Yeah, it's and
the chart
it's
that
oversold.
prompted the call. Nice use of the word "twas" there, 13.
Yeah, right. And look how oversold it was. This is the RSI indicator, which I have here on Benzinga Pro. So we got to be the most oversold that the stock had been. I mean, as far back as I can go now. So when you get a historic thing, if you're a trader, you really need to pay attention. Like, so if something's the most overbought it's been or the most oversold it's been in years and years, that's when we pay attention. A lot of trading strategies are built on the concept of reversion to the mean. Most of the time, something is in its typical or usual trading range. If it gets above that, we say it's overbought. If it gets below that, we say it's oversold. And the reason why this is important is because if something's overbought, it's going to draw sellers into the market, and it could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. They could push the price lower. If something is oversold, it's going to draw buyers into the market, and they could push the price higher. So reversion to the mean is a very common strategy that is used in the market. So something's overbought. People, I think, overthink this stuff. Like, I was just looking at the returns of some of these artificial intelligence funds, and they're really not exceptional, right? And they're looking at, I don't know how many thousands of data points. Well, you could just be a regular person and think like, all right, well, something gets to support. What's support? It's a price level where there's a lot of buy interest. Something gets oversold. That's going to draw buyers into the market. Okay. Oversold stocks that get to support tend to bounce. I mean, it's a pretty simple concept. And it's obviously the opposite on the other side. Overbought stocks that get to resistance tend to sell off. So a lot of people, I think, overthink this stuff. In my chart, in my stock of the day, I just kind of keep it simple. And, I've known a lot of very successful traders that are, not the sharpest tools in the shed, as they say, but they understand these like basic concepts and they don't overthink things. So anyway, that was my takeaway for Edison International. What else did we do? Yesterday I did CLAC. Let's take a look at CLAC. It was trading up on those Taiwan semi earnings. Now this is a stock that's also overbought. We can see that here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the Bollinger Bands. Those are my two favorite momentum indicators, Bollinger Bands and the RSI indicator. And I'm just going to try to clean this up a little bit. Now, as you will see, so we have two different momentum indicators here now, right? The last two times that they simultaneously showed CLAC to be overbought were here. See how it's above the Bollinger Band. This is June of 24.
Yep.
And it's also it's also shown to be overbought on the RSI. What happened? A big sell-off followed. What happened here? Same thing. We got overbought on the Bollinger Bands, simultaneously showed to be overbought here, and a big sell-off followed. Now we have the same situation. We're above the Bollinger Band, and we're also very overbought on the RSI. When it comes to trading models, okay, there are rules and there are tools. The tool is the RSI indicator. The tool is the Bollinger Band. The tool is the MACD, whatever floats your boat, whichever one you prefer. The rule is, well, what do you do with it? Just because something is overbought or oversold doesn't mean it's not going to keep going in that direction. So you have to have rules. So my rule here, and this is just hypothetically speaking, I'm not giving a trading recommendation. Okay, if we get simultaneously overbought on both the RSI and the Bollinger Bands, my rule would be to sell when the RSI line turns over and starts going lower again. Now, you'll notice that kind of hasn't happened yet. It's been going sideways. But this is just the idea. There's no trading system that's going to be perfect. But the idea is you take the guesswork out of it. And if you're not guessing, you're going to be much more able to keep your emotions in check. So tools and rules. Just because you have a bunch of I think a problem with a lot of newer traders is that they put too many things on their chart and they overcomplicate stuff. They think the more the merrier. If I have 15 different indicators on there, I'm going to be able to get some really good signals. But my experience and what I recommend to my students is just pick 2, 3, maybe 4 of these indicators and just get really comfortable with them and really understand the nuances.
Quality over quantity, absolutely, when it comes to this stuff. And then finding patterns that you can identify and trade over and over again becomes the next step, in my opinion.
Exactly.
So,
And we talked about let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands here. One of my stock of the day articles was on this, talking about how we had a breakout, and it looks like we certainly have. Now you can see there was resistance here around we'll just call it $11, and there was resistance here. Again, resistance is a large group of sellers. If we get above that and we stay above it, we say that the stock has broken out. And this isn't just merely symbolic. It tells us that the traders and investors who created the resistance with their sell orders are out of the market. Maybe they finished their orders, maybe they canceled their orders, we don't know. But when they're out of the way, sellers leave the market. When buyers come in, they have a hard time finding someone to buy shares from. So they're forced to have to bid premiums. And this forces the stock into an uptrend. And as we can see, that is what happened here. And another interesting thing, well, I didn't write this in my article because I wrote it a few days ago, but we could be seeing another breakout here as we're getting above this resistance level. And now we're trading into a gap. One of the main reasons, as we've seen, why we get resistance is because you have buyer's remorse. People buy, price goes lower, and they decide to sell. So when it gets back up to their price, they can get out at break even. When you have a gap, in other words, we closed here, the next day we opened here, there was no trading in these price levels. So if there's no trading in these price levels, well, there's no one who bought who's going to be trying to sell on the way up. So gaps refill is another old Wall Street expression that makes sense, and it's based on technology, based on psychology. So if buyers come in here, they're probably going to have a hard time finding people to buy shares from. So they're going to be forced to bid premiums. You know, the last trade was 13.5. Well, the lowest someone's willing to sell at now is 13.60. So I've got to pay it if I want it.
Yeah,
Right?
I have a really quick question there about the breakout. So you're that clear level there that you have identified, and you have the stock moving above it. Do you wait for closes above that level, a certain amount of closes above that level? Does that matter at all, or is it the actual punching of that level when it happens in real time that you're interested in? How do you square that?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because today I was thinking about writing about UNH, United Health. What happens is markets don't go in straight lines, right? They go in like a staircase of trading ranges. When the level that was resistance turns into support, that sets the stage for the next move higher. So we had this breakout move here. It may be hard to see for people, but when we had some selling the following day, the level that had been resistance converted into support. The people that sold experience seller's remorse and they go to buy their shares back. If there's enough, what was resistance becomes support. So when the level that was resistance converts into support and there's a little bit of consolidation, that kind of sets the stage for the next move higher. Let me bring up United Health. And we can see here, yeah. All right, so it looked like it was breaking out, but the level that was resistance did not become support. So, you know what? I think I'm actually driving, kind of going crazy over here.
Uh-oh.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
This is what I thought too about myself.
I was thinking about writing about this here at Estee Lauder. Now, you know, here's an example of levels that were support can become resistance. And, you know, moving up a little bit. But if we get up around here, like the biggest question of trading is, where do I place my orders? Where do I buy?
Yeah.
Where do I sell? And it's like, don't guess. Let the market tell you what to do. Now, if we get up to this resistance again here on Estee Lauder around 83.5, my guess is it breaks and the stock goes higher. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have what we call a, oops, where's my arrow? What we call a higher low. Markets go in peaks and valleys. And when the valley forms at a higher level than the previous valley, well, that tells us that the buyers are coming into the market at higher prices. The buyers are getting more aggressive. So a lot of times if you get to a resistance level and you're wondering, is this resistance going to break or not? If you have a series of higher lows leading into it, there's a good chance it does. And this is what your classic ascending triangle pattern is. I don't really pay attention to too many patterns, but ascending triangles and descending triangles tend to be pretty reliable. Another thing we wrote about was Procter & Gamble, and this is still on my buy screen, because here we have a stock that got down to a price level that had been support before. And again, you know, say the stock was in a free fall, and it was actually, and you're wondering, where should I buy this? Where should I place my order? Well, if you look into the past and you say, you know what, the last few times it got down to around this price level, there was support. And I know there tends to be support at levels that were support before. So I'm going to place my buy order around the level that was support before. Now, of course, it's not perfect, but you're just kind of trying to stack the odds in your favor. So Procter & Gamble oversold at support. Now, would I pull the trigger yet to get in? I don't think so. What could be our trigger? When something is oversold and at support, we say that's like the setup. Like, just pretend you're like at a race and the starter's like, on your mark, get set. But they haven't said go yet. The go signal could be something as simple as, all right, I'm going to put in a downtrend line here. And when we cross the downtrend line, if we cross the downtrend line, that's when I buy. Because this thing could could keep going lower. I mean, we don't know. No one knows. But if you say, all right, I'm not going to try to buy it at the exact bottom because I know that's impossible. There's an old saying on Wall Street, my third old Wall Street saying of the day. The only people that can sell at the top and buy at the bottom are liars, right?
That's a good one, actually.
Yeah, right? Excuse me. So if it starts to go back up, then this would give us more confidence that the reversal we're anticipating actually has started. So this is a setup stock looking for a rebound here, but I'm not going to pull the trigger yet. If we get above this trend line here over the next couple of days, well, that's where I would feel more comfortable getting in. It would give me more confidence that the reversal is actually going to take place.
Can I suggest a chart to you here to take a look at real quick? Let's take a look at Nike, ticker NKE. And I'd love to hear what you think about that for a possible support level, possible trade trigger, like we just talked about.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, so right off the bat, I mean, look at you must have seen this, which is why you're bringing it up.
Yeah.
Or someone must have seen it.
Yep.
Well, look at that, right?
We've been watching Nike for some time.
Okay, so let's talk about this then. Now, we're oversold. I mean, we're not super oversold. So you know what? I would probably look at this is probably the way I would trade this. First of all, though, let me point out that we found support at the level that was support before, and you can see that here, right? Support, rally, support, rally, support, rally. So is it going to be support, rally? We're in kind of a trading range here. So I would say, here's our trading range, and you can see the top of the range is pretty well defined. Right around this, we're going to call it 72. So 72 was support, then it became resistance. Remember, there's people that bought at 72 that regretted doing so when the price fell like the next day. And they're like, if it gets back up to 72, I'm going to place an order to sell to get out at break even. Then the same thing happens. There's people that buy at the top and it goes down and they're like, if it gets back to my price, I'm going to sell to get out at break even. So my trigger here, if I was going to trade the stock, would be to wait for it to get above 72 if I was going to buy it. So maybe if it got to, say, 72.50, that's when I would place my buy order. So the fact that we're at support is our setup, but we're in a pretty tight range. So we know that around 72, there's a large group of sellers. If we get above that, that could be a breakout. That'll tell us, like, gee, the people who created this resistance with their sell orders are finished. Maybe they canceled. Maybe they left the market. Maybe they finished their orders. Regardless, if the sellers are out of the way, then the buyers are going to have to pay higher prices in order to get sellers back into the market. And we talked about gaps before. Now, this technically isn't a gap, but it's the same principle. It's this really fast move going lower. So when you blow through these levels really quickly, there's just not a lot of time for there to be this large group of buyers to be buying who are going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So a lot of times in markets, when you make a fast move going one way and you reverse and get back to those same price levels going the opposite direction, you make a fast move back through them. So again, it's not, well, here is a gap and there's a gap, but it's the same principle. You make a fast move going one way, you reverse, get back to those same price levels going the other way. And there's just, if we don't spend a lot of time trading at certain levels, there's just not going to be this large vested interest of people who are interested, no pun intended. So you can even see it here, fast move down, fast move up. We get back to these same price levels in the opposite direction, and what happens? We make a fast move right back down through them. So if this does break out, there's a good chance that it makes a fast move higher. The buyers are going to have a hard time finding sellers. They're going to be forced to have to bid higher prices, and this is why we can make a fast move. And you can see this on a lot of charts. I mean, wow, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's actually a textbook example. So you gap up, you spend some time trading, you get back to those same price levels going in the opposite direction. What happens? You fall right through them. One of the main reasons why we get support is because you have remorseful sellers trying to buy their shares back. If we close here and the next day we open here, there was no trading in between those price levels. And if there's no trading, there was no one who sold who's going to be trying to buy their shares back. So when the sellers come into the market, they have a hard time finding buyers. And as a result, they're forced to push the shares lower and sell their shares at a discount. And this causes a rapid move back through those price levels. It's just, I don't really hear too many other technical analysts talk about this whole concept of fast move up, fast move down. But I mean, you could bring up pretty much any random chart and see it.
Yeah. Okay. Mark, this is real great stuff. Again, really can't thank you enough for sharing your stock of the day as well as some of your teaching lessons here. Drew was asking, how do we get more of Mark? Well, Drew, Mark is going to be, we're going to call these, we got to come up with a clever name, Mark. Mark Fridays. I don't know if that really hits. We'll come up with something. But join us here on Friday. We're going to keep breaking down stocks of the day that Mark's taking a look at and writing about. And we'll also tie in some lessons just like he did here. Mark, fabulous job here today. Really appreciate it.
All right, man. My pleasure. And I guess I'll see you next Friday.
Yep. We will see you next Friday. So
can I ask you a question? Are you a Lions fan?
Am I a Lions fan? Was that the question?
Yes.
Right now, yes. So let me explain that. I am born and raised in Chicago. I am a Chicago Bears fan. Okay. By the way, I have that same cup set from Costco at home. Good choice. I am a born and raised Chicago Bears fan. And let me tell you, that's been painful. I'm 40 years old, and my father thankfully taped the 85 Super Bowl on a VHS tape that I must have watched 150 times. That is the last time I can remember watching any type of good winning for my team. So you're asking me if I'm a Lions fan. A lot of my coworkers are from Detroit, work for a company headquartered in Detroit. Go Lions. Absolutely. We're rooting for the Lions this weekend, 100%.
I don't know which Super Bowl it was. It was over within the last couple. They went out and they found all the guys that did the Super Bowl shuffle.
Yeah.
The Bears did the Super Bowl shuffle. And like every single one of them was like, oh, man, it's so embarrassing. I can't believe we did that. And then there's one guy they found who was like, what are you talking about? It's like the greatest video ever.
Yeah, it is pretty iconic. Some people describe it as cringe. It is what it is. How about you? Lions fan this weekend?
I'm sorry?
Lions fan this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to see the Lions win. I don't really care. I'm born and raised in Connecticut, so I've been a Patriots fan since I was like 4 years old. I'm just on the I hope the Chiefs lose bandwagon.
Yeah, bless up, Mark. Me too. And I'll tell you what, just to be a little bit more specific, give me a Lions-Bills Super Bowl. There's two fan bases that absolutely deserve a big W. And I think if we get that type of matchup, you have a no-lose situation for sports fans in general. I'm with you. Anyone but the Chiefs. Hopefully the Texans take care of business.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, Mark, great stuff as always. We'll see you next week. Really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Take care, Mark. All right, that is Mark Petrino, folks. I told you he's awesome. I told you in 2025 we were going to add more value to the stream. We are just starting. Mark's going to be a big part of that. So really good stuff. We're starting the sports conversation early. I might have just made some enemies. We got a way to kind of get past that here. Instead of making more enemies, we're going to go ahead and bring on 13, who is the enemy of no one. 13, how are you here? Happy Friday. How you doing, boss?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. It was a fun conversation to watch you guys talk about.
No, I know sometimes sports. Oh my God. And a segment for Mark called Mark to Market. 13.
How'd you like that?
I love it, dude. I love it so much. I'm about to tear up. It's so good. Just kidding. So yeah, I know sports can sometimes be a hot topic with some of the viewers here, but we're approaching the Super Bowl. There was no way I was going to let that one go. Anyway, 13, good to have you back here. Before we break stuff down, I need to pick a bone with Lion Atlas.
Uh-oh.
Lion Atlas. coming in all late, hair all messed up, not on time, telling me that NUKK is back. Lion, you'll be happy to know that I actually had a story about this in the rundown on the news. We talked about NUKK. We talked about the catalyst, NASDAQ recompliance, LOL. We talked about why this is moving. And then I said, today is going to be a Lion Atlas day. And of course, you were not here to see that. And when you got back, the first thing you said is, hey, Ryan, take a look at NUKK. I'm just busting you, man. This is definitely on watch today. We should have a fun day on our hands here. So 13, I turn it over to you. We can start with whatever you want. Full disclosure here on my news rundown. We actually did have some news here today. I took a look at a lot of charts, but Mark had an excellent segment, and I went right to him. I did not have the time to cover the SpaceX launch. Okay. I was briefly going to mention that we have a video queued up for that I want to see. So now that you're here, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with NUKK? Do you want to start with SpaceX? What do you want to do?
We can have NUKK be part of the whole movers,
perfect.
Part that. So if we want to just talk about the second space launch that we had yesterday, yeah, we can do that because the first one was New Glenn early in the morning.
Yeah, no, and I apologize. We can talk about both of them. So, okay, here we go. SpaceX Starship explodes during a test flight. Elon Musk says, quote, success is uncertain, but entertainment is guaranteed, exclamation point, end quote. I'll tell you what, that is a pretty baller quote from somebody. We have a little clip of this. Producer, roll it for us.
Ready?
Good, it's about to fall on top of us.
See it. Guys, oh my gosh! What is this? Are we gonna fucking die? Look up the
Okay.
Are we going to die?
I love the comment there. Are we going to expletive die? She, of course, by the way, no surprises. She, of course, did not die. No. Looked pretty awesome. I will say I did watch that. Thought it was incredible. They did also mentioning that they did catch the other part of it. So that's really good. 13, break it down. What did you think of everything?
Yeah, I thought that that was more of on the failure side than the success side. And the reason I say that is because this is the new configuration of Starship that they were launching for the first time, the Block 2 configuration. And it's essentially a whole new ship redesign. So there's a lot of new parts, a lot of new things on that ship that we're getting tested for the first time. So this is not completely unexpected. It's disappointing because we wanted to have some other tests occur, like they had some dummy Starlink satellites that they wanted to try and test the deployment bay, see how that would work. They didn't even get a chance to do that. What the problem looked like it was is that there was some kind of fuel line that either didn't get enough cooling. And it led to a fire. You could even see during in some of the videos when the ship was already up in orbit that there was some smoke and the debris starting to come off in certain parts. So sadly, the ship didn't make it, but they did return the booster, and that was completely caught. So silver lining to what I would probably consider more on the failure side than the success side. But that's okay because they are planning to pump out a whole bunch of these Starships for tests this year. I think the number I last heard was 25 this year. Mm-hmm. So we should be seeing another one in just a handful of weeks, likely less than a month. So I would say if we don't see one by this month, we'll definitely see one in early February. They've already got some testing going on with that cryo testing. So they're moving right along. We'll see another one of these launches pretty soon. If there was any other concern you had about that, because I think the real big takeaway was that, they caught it, the booster, but the ship didn't make it very far.
Yeah, first of all, are you not entertained?
Oh, that was awesome. I mean, it was a little scary at the same time because a lot of flights had to be diverted, and a lot of people that were in the area where the debris was headed had to make sure they weren't going to be there around there when it came back in. But the Turks and Caicos video, which is what you were seeing there, that was no one was in danger there.
Yeah, I did also read that they did have to divert some cruise ships and then also some flights just to make sure that there was no problem there. 3D here saying, gee, that wasn't good for the environment. Got to break some eggs in order to make an omelet, it would seem. So, okay. Real good stuff there on Starship or on SpaceX and on actually both of the launches. All right. What do you want to move to next?
Well, we can start talking about the movers if you like.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and move over to the movers tool.
And yeah, I saw that there was rumors about INTC, and we'll get to that too, because there's another company that I had mentioned in our Benzinga Pro Happy Hour chat that could run with it. And I think it's not necessarily doing that right now, but still bears worth watching.
Okay. Do you want to start with one of those, or should I start with VS here? Is there something on your list that you want me to start with?
Let's do Versus. We can.
Okay, we'll start with Versus System here. That is ticker VS. Now, we did have some news yesterday after the close here. Versus shares are trading higher after the company announced an expansion into the Brazilian market as part of its strategy to grow its international footprint. You can see this did pop it yesterday. We did pop again here today. Quick look around the horn on some of these stats. Minimal short interest here, only 0.75% of the float shorted there. The float, though, right in our wheelhouse, 3.9 million on this one. You want to take a look at the finances here. I've got this negative cash flow, very little cash. I would imagine I have to do something. So what do you got here, 13? Break it down like a fraction for me.
Yeah, so I mean, this news came in the after hours yesterday, actually just a minute past the market closing. So after hours trading it was. I'm sorry, that's NUKK. We're looking at VS. So this one is the Brazilian expansion one. Yeah, this company does need cash. That was the big takeaway I had from this one, was that they didn't appear to have a very good cash position. I didn't see any recent offerings that they made, but they did do a few in 2023. So it seems like that cash is all gone now. I'd expect them that they would have to, do some kind of capital raise or financing pretty soon, especially if they are making plans to expand in Brazil.
Okay. Got any levels that look interesting for this one? I definitely think 3 on the downside. We do kind of look like we're at a possible support level here. Volume actually looks good in the pre-market here today too.
3 could be one. That looks like that would be one of the earlier support levels if we continue to get some weakness. I personally like 275 a little bit more, somewhere between 275 and 280. That looks like that would be a little bit more of a robust demand area. It could go as low as 260, 250 before it even finds support, but that would be the levels of the downside I have beneath 3. It'd be the 275 and then somewhere between 260 and 250. As far as upside goes, because it looks like this, we have traded this one before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I already have a level up here that's been resistance. That's at 370. Did pop above that a little bit up to 375 more than once, but every time it's done that so far in the pre-market, it has come right back down and beneath VWAP. So we're going to need to see a move back above VWAP and a more volumetric move beyond 375 if we're going to see the upside of 4. Otherwise, I think those levels I mentioned to the downside are going to be more in play.
Okay. Real good stuff there on VS. That one definitely going to be in play here today. Okay, next one here, and I completely agree with you. Saving this for the movers made the most amount of sense. This might be one of our best plays here today, just because we've seen what this has done previously. NUKK, Nucleus shares soaring after hours. Here's why. Well, why is because they've regained NASDAQ compliance. This is a theme that we've talked about quite a bit. Here we go. Yesterday, after hours, they released a PR, successfully resolves NASDAQ delisting threat, achieving compliance across all key parameters. That is driving the stock higher here. It's been a wild after hours and pre-market already. 13, we've covered nuke. We know that this can go nuclear, pardon me, but we know what this stock can do. What do you got here for this one today? What are you thinking on this?
Well, just with NASDAQ recompliance, that we've traded this theme with many others before.
Yeah.
So that's that's the whole thing why this is running now. If we do get some continued upside, because we've already got a pretty good size gap here. We're coming up to a supply zone that's about 33.50 to 44. I'd call it 44.50. So about $10 range in there. Where there was consolidation from the middle of December until the end of December before the price fell out. So if we do start trading back up there in the regular session, that would be a big area of resistance that I would expect the price to have a hard time getting through. Let me go to my broker so I can see if there's any other levels I have for you. So aside from the VWAP, which is at I have at 48.20. I'm sorry, 38.20. Hold on, I'm getting these numbers all around. It's 34.18.
Okay, I have it at 33.58. That's much closer.
I'm looking at all different kinds of numbers here. Sorry about that.
Oh,
but anyway, 34.18, 34.20. That's where the VWAP is. It seems like 36 has been the big area this morning that it has the hardest time getting over. You can see that when we put in the highs in the pre-market, 37.68, that was a breakout over 36, and then it came right back in. Subsequently, had 4 other attempts where it tried to move up over 36 and hold, and was not successful. And after that 4th attempt, we broke down beneath VWAP. So should we return back above VWAP and make our way towards 36, that's a breakout level. We're going to need to see some more volume on if we're going to hold above it.
Okay, real good stuff there on NUKK. I do think if I had to make a pick right here, right now, I do think that this would be the play of the day. So we'll see if that ends up materializing. Okay, next here that I have on the list is ticker ZEO. This is Zeo Energy, and this is a solar company with no news that has popped as high as 436 here today. I guess I should double check and make sure. Yeah, don't see any news here on this today. Quick look around the horn, almost no short interest on this, and a float of 10.5 million on ticker ZEO. So no news. Solar play moving here, pretty good volume, up 45%. We are beneath the VWAP here. 380 is the VWAP. We're currently at about 340. So what do you got here on this one? Do you like this one? Have you looked into this one?
What I like about it is that it does have cash, has very low debt. The balance sheet looks pretty good. So they seem to be a financially healthy company. So it seems like this is actually like a real company, but I just don't have enough news or enough information on it at a quick glance to know what's going on here with the movement. I would think that, this would be tied to some kind of play on solar, like, rates, or maybe, the price of oil rising. But I don't have any real, news to go off why it's moving today. But it is in that 10.5 million share range that we're looking for. So this should be easy to move. And if, I have a little bit more confidence trading something like this just because they're a little bit more financially healthy than some of these other junk names that we are used to trading that, are at risk of having to do a capital raise, which could dilute their shares. So I feel a little bit more confident about this one in terms of its financial health, but I don't know how it's going to trade exactly. We can just go to the technicals for that, because I don't think that the health of this company is going to make a big difference when we have such a low float.
Real quick, before you go, I do want to hear exactly what those technicals are, but just to kind of set the stage here, if we take a look, here is the daily chart. You can see right here, Friday, December 6th, we were at about $1.34, and we had this huge gap up on Monday. Now, if we go back to the news here on Monday, early Monday morning, we have news here that White Oak Global Advisors LLC on Friday reported a stake of 58.2% on Zeo Energy via 13D filing. So that kicked off this initial move that has created some of these levels that you're about to talk about. So let's keep that in mind here. Gigantic stake taken at the beginning of December.
Well, it's starting to move right now in the pre-market. It's trying to make its way to VWAP, which I have, and let me see if I get this right. 383.
Mine's at 379. We're off by 4 cents. To me, that's close enough.
So that's trying to make its way up to VWAP. The MACD on the 5-minute looks like that's trying to curl as well. If we are going to get this move up to the VWAP and through it, we have a little bit of a chore to get past 435. That has been the been the intraday. I'm sorry, the pre-market high on 2 occasions. The first being in the beginning of the 7 o'clock hour, and this one that we just recently had in the 8 o'clock hour. We just exited. So if we do push through the VWAP again, we're going to want to see that break over 435 to take us up higher. Now, how high could we go? with this one. Let's see. It seems like that would I just say that 435? It seems like you get to a lot more resistance the higher we go beyond 435. There's a consolidation area from April last year that might cause it some problems. If it does get through it and it manages to start printing 5, you have even other levels that we can look at here, like 520 or 545. There's some bottoming areas there we're likely run into on the way up if we do break past 435.
Okay. Real good stuff there. Lion here saying, I like solar, but under Trump, they will do poorly because Trump will not subsidize, is what you meant, subsidize them. Lion, I'd hold off on that. I don't think that is necessarily going to be true. Elon Musk is a huge proponent of solar. And with him in his ear, I think that might change a little bit. So I wouldn't just make that broad statement, at least not yet.
I would kind of take that side that he's not going to do a whole lot directly for solar, but indirectly through rate cuts. Like he wants lower rates. I think that's how he could make solar perform better. And
that's what I mean. Let's not just write that off as kind of a blanket thing. I think there's some other details there. 13. That's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Well done. Okay. Hustle and bustle. The houses are calling early. Please try to keep the market green. I need a window to throw a bag out. Okay. I will do my best. Really quickly, by the way, I know we had started here. We had talked about green arrows across the board earlier. Things have gotten a lot more green. S&P futures up almost an entire percent here, up 0.9%. Dow futures up 0.67%, and the Nasdaq leading the way higher here, 1.67% to the upside. First of all, by the way, the bottom call here on SPY, that is pretty crispy, and that is holding up here. I will say now that this week is coming to an end, I wouldn't be shocked if at some time next week we end up rolling over back down towards this lows. However, this week, this has really, really helped. And the swing that is absolutely cooking off of this right now is PanW. We are up again here in the pre-market on PanW. So really awesome. Actually looking to take a little bit of gains on this today as it has moved perfectly.
Did you see Net, the one I talked about?
Yeah, sure did. Sure did. That's you know what? So real quickly here, just to kind of pull the curtain back on what we were just talking about there. One of the themes that I'm investigating and looking to trade pretty much all of 2025 is going to be cybersecurity. And I am very much into PanW. That is my pick of the group, but I am looking for some other enterprise style cybersecurity companies, and 13 suggested Net yesterday. We took a look at this, seemed pretty awesome. Pretty good timing, 13, because this morning Cloudflare shares are trading higher after Citigroup upgraded the stock from neutral to buy and raised the price target from 95 to 145. So this stock here, about 120 here in the pre-market, really kind of timely there, 13. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that I wasn't already positioned in it, but nonetheless, really good call here. And as you can see, looks like we are trying to break out here to all-time highs.
Now, I do want to point out one other one because Robert had mentioned it. This is one of the ones I wanted to bring onto your radar, and I also had mentioned it yesterday in the happy hour chat. But ARQQ, this is a company that is working with Intel for post-quantum cybersecurity. It kind of fits with your theme. It also fits within the quantum theme as well. This one should move with Intel. Now, Intel's getting some news today.
And let's cover, you know what, let's just roll right into that. Let's do that.
Because ARQQ, even though it is part of the quantum theme and that's been getting attention, it doesn't have any news directly today, but Intel is moving up. And so I think it just bears worth keeping ARQQ on your radar whenever you see Intel move, because this one should move with it. They are working together. This is Intel's answer to quantum and cybersecurity. It's probably going to be this company. I don't think they're working with anybody else as directly as them. They maybe like Microsoft and others like that. But as far as small companies go, I don't think there's another one that they're working on with post quantum cybersecurity.
Okay, really good stuff there. Producer saying there was an ARQQ article from Wednesday. Went ahead and threw that there in the chat. Really quickly here on Intel. Barclays remains a hold on Intel. Intel price target lowered to 23 from 25 at Barclays. Barclays is maintaining an equal weight on Intel, or I just read that. Sorry about that. And Intel gains amid takeover speculation. So that is the new piece of news that you have here. Intel up 7 3/4% here in the pre-market. We'll see if this holds. The pre-market formation looking pretty good so far.
So it's spinning off some of the businesses that are probably a little less attractive to take over companies. And now that it's more attractive, it's in a position to be taken over. That's kind of what I'm getting from that. But here's the other thing, and this is probably would have been a really good one to bring it to Mark. Have you looked at the daily chart on this? This double bottom that we have going on here? It's like a
I mean, this
like
almost looks like I was going to say this almost looks like a quadruple bottom.
Yeah, it's like two people sitting.
I guess maybe two
down
double
next to watching the game.
Yeah, what's that?
It's like two people sitting down next to each other watching the game.
if that helps, I suppose.
Yeah, sure.
Any case here. So this is actually, considering what Mark was just talking about and the lesson that Mark was just talking about, this is a really good chart. I don't know. I think you caught the end of it. I shared the Nike chart with him, which really kind of showed what he was talking about. But good shout out to you, 13, because this Intel chart doing exactly the same thing here. Part of me, one of the levels that I'd be watching here, just kind of going back to what Mark was saying, is going to be this 2188 level. Are we able to actually move above that, and are we able to close above that?
The 50-day SMA?
Yeah. Yep.
I think that's going to be the one to watch today. Absolutely. That's what I think. If we're gonna either get a rejection or we're going to get a breakout over it.
All right. That's your next level there on Intel.
Yeah, Jay Harris, I've been saying for a while that Tesla is very much linked to SpaceX because same CEO, same company owner. But I don't know anymore because we've seen so many different things happen with SpaceX that Tesla didn't move on. So I'm kind of wondering if there's a little bit of a disconnect there now, especially with these rocket launches, these test flights from SpaceX becoming more and more frequent, that, an explosion or a loss of the ship isn't going to be so common anymore or uncommon that it's going to cause Tesla to dive. I think it's just going to kind of be a nothing burger for Tesla at this point because, SpaceX is its own company with its own revenue.
I love Fairchild's comment here because I saw in the tweet, it's not blown up. It was simply rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
It was blown up into the sky, and then it had a rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
I just thought it was funny that this is what they tweeted out there. Fairchild, looks like you caught that as well. So, okay, we can get back to movers here, unless you had something else that you wanted to do.
No, I took a look at all the big movers that I wanted to talk about. Talk about Intel and ARQQ. We can talk about some of these other ones that are also getting around here, like Ryan Milligan mentioning BBAI.
Yeah, we're going to do BBAI here. We're going to do Rustam's RCAT here. Thank you for the sticker there, Rustam. Yes, we will absolutely take a look at that. No problem at all. And we do have, a couple of more things to look at here if you want. XHG, former runner. This is back on the list. AIRE, that's moved recently. That's back on the list. Parazero, PRZO, that's back on the list here. So all of these we're pretty familiar with. I don't know how much breakdown we actually need to do on them. We will, in fact, cover them. But let's take a quick look here at BBAI. Ryan, you were mentioning this yesterday. This had a pretty nice day yesterday, but really kind of stopped here at this 415 level. Looks like we've taken that here out in the pre-market and actually traded as high as 447. So, Ryan, sure looks like you hooked one here. Some continued momentum from yesterday. We'll see if this can continue to move back up. We had really impressive volume yesterday. I'd really like to see a repeat of that here today. Quick look around the horn here on BBAI. I know we did this yesterday, so I'll be very brief. Still 32.2% of the float shorted here. Definitely has some squeeze potential, although it only has 1 day to cover. And again, here, this is one of the bigger float stocks that we've talked about here in terms of recent movers, over 106 million here in the float.
Yeah, if we are going to get some more upside, break above the 447 pre-market high that we have here, I have 480 as the level marked off. We would need a good amount of volume to get to 480 out of the gate. Probably before it's just part of a trend here that I see. Like you could do a trend line from the peak from around 650 to the peak around 840, and that kind of is a little bit of a resistance trend that we might see the price run up to have a hard time getting over unless there's a large amount of volume coming in to push it higher. But I would think that if we do see upside, it's going to run into that. And if we break through it, it's going to hit 480. So those would be a couple of upside levels for you in BBAI should we see upside out of the gate.
Okay, real good here. Lion, I can't tell if you are just trying to troll everybody today. I really can't tell. And I give you props because whatever your intention is, I can't figure it out. Ryan N13, I think it's a good time to buy a leap call on EIX. We literally just had Mark Petrino on outlining EIX at a potential support and bounce spot and calling it his stock of the day. So we covered that. We covered that, Lion, and we've been covering EIX every day here. Again, if that's a troll, you got me. I got it here because, oh my goodness, there's been, you were late with NUKK and now you're trolling me here on EIX as well. Yikes. Okay.
I really want to give EIX a little bit more time. It's only because those fires are still not out yet. The Palisades fire, the really big, devastating one, that's still only 27% contained. And the other large one, the Eaton fire, is 55% contained. I don't think that there's been any update on the number of fatalities or if there's any risk of more homes being destroyed at this stage, because a lot of this is forest land that's being burned at this point. But I feel like until we start getting some clarity on what has been damaged and who's at fault, this doesn't look great to me. It looks like this is a bear flag. And we could see continued downside for EIX. Although leak calls, that might not be a bad idea because they're pretty far out. I still think that you might get a better entry, so you can make more premium if you're a little bit patient. That's my thought, though.
But that's what makes the market. That's what we say all the time. That is what makes the market. Okay, good stuff there, EIX. Let's get back to the movers here. Keep breaking them down. We did, Rustam, you wanted to take a look here at RCAT. We'll do that, and then PRZO here. How much time do we have? 5 minutes. We'll start with those two. We'll see what else we can fit in here. I know you guys are talking about the stuff that's moving around. We will cover all of that when the market opens. Here is RCAT. This is just kind of on a pullback. I don't really think there was anything fresh on this one. No. So we just had news yesterday. There's some news about just kind of the global drone. Obviously, we had the Kerrisdale short seller report yesterday. Just kind of looking at where RCAT is, you can see we really sold off when we had that report. RCAT bounced quite nicely, returned back to around the lows here. Big takeaway for me on this one is we did not take out yesterday's intraday low. So if you want to trade this here today, maybe we get a little bit more bounce. I'd watch that intraday low from yesterday and trade it against that. By the way, considering this had a short report catalyst on it, also worth mentioning FTAI just very briefly here. We'll see if we get any continued move here. I did, Chris, if you're still out there, you had really, really good entry on those throwaway calls. My entry was not as good, but we'll see if that ends up working here today. So those are your two short reports. RCAT, we'll see if it bounces here today. Big level that I want you to be aware of here is going to be the intraday low. That's 961, but also this area right here around 975.
With RCAT, this really needs to hold above 10. The rebound that we got after the short report caused the selling happen. That has not been able to recapture the 20-day SMA. And now we're at risk of going down and testing the 50-day SMA, which means we are going to be going under $9. So we do need to hold above 10 today. I think that's going to be the important thing. If we do lose 10, we're starting to it looks like we're going to lose the 50-day SMA, then I would think that the 200 is going to be coming up afterwards at some point.
Okay, really good stuff there, 13. And taking a look here at the intraday, you could see that 10 level's already being defended here in the pre-market. We'll see if that holds up through the rest of the session. Okay, next one here is going to be PRZO. This is ParaZero Technologies. We've traded this one before. This is in your drone theme basket. Stock was about 185 yesterday. We popped as high as 260 here today. We're above the VWAP and we're curling into the open here. So was the SPY, by the way, as we're still at highs here. SPY now up 1% in the pre-market. ParaZero TerraZero Technology shares are trading higher after the company received official approval from the Israeli Defense Export Controls Agency for the making of its Halo precision airdrop system. So you're getting another PR here. Volume looks really, really good on this one. Quick look around the horn. Short interest, 5.3% of the float shorted, and that float here, 9 million shares, just under 10 million, right in that butter zone. So 13, what do you got on this one? I'm assuming you want to take a look at the financials. I don't have a cash flow read.
No, I think the technicals, the daily chart's going to be the most interesting part about this, and here's why. We've seen large moves to the upside in this many times. In the past month, or since December, we've seen some pretty good moves. But here's the thing: every time it has these large moves up, it seems like it just comes right back down and almost closes nearly flat, if not a little bit higher. You can see this on the daily chart if you go there, going back all the way to December when we first got.
I can actually, you know what? Let me bring it up on a bigger chart. It might be easier to go over that point here.
Yeah, so you see those upper shadows there. If you just in the month of December, those right there. If we see a big move, like if we get another 20% or something like that in the regular session, I would probably sell that and not look at it for the rest of the day, because it could come right back in and close flat, kind of where it's at right now, just like it's been before. Here we are, we opened. So let's see if we get that.
We are open. Let's see what we can find here. Chris mentioning that MSTR was ripping, Bitcoin having a monster day, up 2.5% here in the pre-market. That's what's going with MSTR.
Versus trying to push up to that 375 area. And get PRCO up here.
Ding, ding, ding.
What's ding ding in? Oh, the
market open.
I gotcha. All right, so VS kind of sideways. It looks like this is kind of creating a megaphone pattern starting in the pre-market here. So we should see some push up to the 375 level.
Crowd flare continuing to go higher here. We did get 120 prints on that real quick.
And here we go with Versus. Right up to the pre-market area. So now we've gone a little bit higher, the pre-market, and we pulled. So that was the resistance area. So there's one.
And then watch to see if we break above that, if that then becomes support. Here we're pulling back to the VWAP. We'll see if we hold that there, 341. I have a little bit of a bid there at 340, but nothing that can't get deleted.
You look at Intel. Are we selling off out of the gate here? Because if we are, I would explain. Yeah, I got a little bit of a red candle here out of the gate. That would explain why we're seeing some downside in ARQQ. Remember, I believe we're going to see a lot of relationship trading between these two. Let's see here. We also had some other ones.
PRZO pulling back right out of the open here. See if that holds that 223 area, and that PRZO bouncing now. That's pretty good, at least so far.
All right, so yeah, Versus, that's doing that thing.
Versus really pulled back. That was kind of a nasty move there.
Here goes NUKK trying to put it's above its VWAP now. MACD is curling. This looks like it could get going here, but it might run into a little bit of resistance around 36.
Here is your NUKK.
Yeah, that's a nice move. Folks are mentioning LAES.
Yeah, that's ripping here.
Okay.
LAES is ripping. NUKK, I can only do one at a time here, folks. So both of these are going here. Take your pick which one you want to try and trade.
How's let me see here. How's waste management? Waste management is up. RSG up. Those cleanup services for the California fire are still working really well. So is I think CAT and DE are also doing pretty good.
Definitely.
Yeah, certainly are. Certainly are. All right. Okay, so
NUKK back up at the highs after pulling a little bit here. It actually might look like it's going to try and take this off here. 37.5 looks to be that spot. I think it just printed there.
Yeah, if it can get through 40, and hold above 40, then it seems like 50 is a real possibility.
Yep, really good stuff there. Robert saying sold some here. Robert, really good idea, selling right there at the resistance level and then keeping a trailer. Really good stuff there, Robert. In fact, register ring on your partial sale there. Really good stuff.
PRZO trying to turn around and retake a VWAP. We'll have to wait and see if this is actually going to do that or not. It looks a little, weaker than it does stronger at this point, but I think this bears worth watching. BBAI, that's trying to push up. This one, remember, this is has that trend line. So if we are going to see some upside, it's going to likely run into that trend. At this stage, if it blasted off now, it'd be getting up to about 460 before meeting resistance.
Okay, BBAI, that's kind of hovering right. Yeah, it's actually back tested its VWAP. It looks like right there.
Looks like NUKK is trying to come back up. That was a pull. That was a big pull on NUKK after hitting or beating the pre-market highs.
That's why, yeah, and you know what, Robert? Again, really good idea why you were selling up there. We just literally had a lesson about psychology, support, and resistance levels. Robert, that was extremely well done.
Zio not showing strength early. Does not look like it.
Schlumberger, ticker SLB here. This is actually above the pre-market highs just now and continuing to move. Schlumberger, of course, reported earnings here this morning. Better than expected Q4 EPS and revenue. Additionally, the board announced a 3.6% increase in its quarterly cash dividend. SLB higher here. We talked about energy maybe being a theme. Good start here, ticker SLB.
Oh, yeah. I think it was the most beat up sector last year. So that gives it... that gives it a little bit of promise for this year that it could be the complete opposite.
BTCT here looks like this is a dip and moved right back to the VWAP. You can see the VWAP was rejecting it earlier. Excuse me. This moving with Bitcoin. Quick look at Bitcoin here. More highs, 103,545 on /BTC on that Bitcoin futures chart.
So just kind of looking at some of these movers that we talked about this morning versus this kind of sideways right now, trading beneath its VWAP. BBAI also kind of sideways, as is PRZO and NUKK. ZO, a little bit lower, but not so low that it's losing some of the pre-market consolidation. It actually should see some support down here around 320. So we'll have to wait for that one to show us it's turning around. And once it does, it should be able to recapture VWAP, but 320 is the level we need to watch for as ZEO. LAES is trying to push up to the high it made out of the gate at 516. We're currently at $5 or $4.99.
Which one? Which one?
No, that was ZEO, the one you just had.
Okay.
Oh, I must have been looking at the wrong LAES. I'm sorry. That's what
I was going to say, dude. I'm not
LAES.
going crazy, dude. I'm not going crazy. No, not on a Friday.
Crazy. You're not crazy. I'm crazy.
Well, actually, we'll see. And now that LAES is kind of setting up, maybe that does blast through the highs there.
PRZO headed lower. BBAI also looks like there's a lot of these getting pulled on. ZEO trying to push up, but man, a lot of these are just getting
TGL,
down.
This is a penny stock up near the pre-market high. We'll see if that goes. You guys are mentioning RCAT. Sorry, you guys are mentioning RCAT continuing to pull 13. It just lost that $10 level that you outlined.
Yeah. And then FSI, this is a mover from yesterday. That's up 7%, almost 8%, but it's moving slowly. Keep an eye on this one. This was a really interesting play, and I don't know if it's quite done yet. Okay, so versus trying to get some support from this demand area that was created in the pre-market. That's about 315, 320-ish. Trying to turn around. BBAI, same thing, getting support from its 65 EMA.
BZAI, Blaze Holdings. Shares are trading higher. The stock may be moving on continued strength after announcing a strategic partnership with Always AI on Thursday. It was about midday yesterday. That's ticker BZAI. This is trading up out of the open here.
Okay. Oops.
Here's NUKK. This pulled all the way back down, but it's not breaking down. So we'll see. 13. I'm going to step away for just 1 sec. BRB.
No problem. In the meantime, let's take a look and see what else is doing stuff. Looks like Versus is really starting to break down now. If we lose $3, then there's support around 275 to 280. That would be the next area where you might be able to get a bounce, but going to need to see it slow down as it approaches there. BBAI trying to turn around after tapping the 65 EMA for the second time in the regular session. PRZO also trying to turn around, as is NUKK and ZEO. ZEO has a large wall at 350. It's trying to chew through, and it just looked like it just took it there. Might be seeing some movement up here in ZEO. It just needs to get back above VWAP. VWAP I currently have at 355. 3 winners today. That's awesome. Great job, Lion. LAES looks pretty good. SPX hit 600 pole. ZEO got a VWAP projection there just now. LAES still trying to push higher into the 5 handle. And what else is doing stuff? Looks like ARQQ going down. I'd imagine that means that Intel's dropping as well. It certainly is.
ARQQ big pull here. Glad we didn't try that one.
No, I think I just wanted to make sure that it was known that what the relationship between Intel was, and that they should move together when they trade. So far that seems to be holding up.
Amazon pushed higher out of the gate here.
All right, BBAI over its VWAP, but not on the greatest of volume. Looks like PRZO is trying to turn green here.
BBAI going. That was a really timely mention right there.
Nice. So if we get some big movement here, we should see 460 in this particular candle if it just has a lot of volume come in all of a sudden. That would take us right up to that trend line. PRZO starting to get a little bit of strength here. Moving through the VWAP, trying to take out some of these levels from the pre-market. Looks like 450, or let's call it not 450, 250 or 245.
I got 242 as a trend line here that this really needs to break from the pre-market. We'll see if it's going for it right now.
Perfect. Let's see if we have enough volume to take it out. It's chewing away at 240. There goes that level almost. They brought in some more sellers. Here we go, starting to move a little bit more. All right, 245.
It looked like it just briefly popped above that trend line. We'll see if it breaks that and goes. I'm going to cue this one up here, 13.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the level we need to see get taken out with PRCO, somewhere between that 245 to 250, and then we can test that pre-market high of 258 and even go higher, possibly.
Yep.
All right.
246, your intraday high right now. We'll see if it goes above that. And just looking at this, I do see a little bit of size there at 250 and 249, but not crazy.
Intel with a bounce, and so too ARQQ. Getting a little bit more volume here with PRZO.
That went right to the high, set a new high there at 247 on PRZO. I'm also seeing a little bit more size there on the, it looked like 255.
Well, hey there, Wisdom. How are you doing? Yeah, this is for PRZO, because we're approaching that area where we've seen selling in the pre-market. This would be, and we're, over VWAP. This would probably be a good time to, start raising your stops. Make sure you're not getting slaughtered on this if it pulls.
Yep, really good call there.
All right, ZEO trying to turn around. LAES pulling now down to the VWAP.
XHG going on expanding volume through its VWAP.
Oh, that's
130 on exit. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is.
So 152 pre-market high. That's where it's trying to beeline for right now. Currently over the VWAP. Need to hold on to this type of volume so we can get up there. Otherwise, it's going to probably pull back. BBAI, not a great looking wick there, leading to more downside. Now a back test of the 65 EMA. Looks like NUKK trying to push through VWAP here.
I was just saying NUKK takes VWAP here, trying to push higher.
Looks like Versus may still go lower here. The more frequent trading we have down here around 3 or under 3, the more likely we are to go down and test that 275 area. And UKK.
I was going to say this keeps going here. Entry would have been really good around that VWAP. I'm not going to chase here. I'm not in this. Not going to chase here. BZAI halted. Now upside 10-15.
Now with NUKK, remember we already got a lot of rejection in the pre-market around 37.50. In the regular session, we popped over that and came right back in after hitting a high of 37.79. We need to see a good amount of volume to get through that 37.50 again and hold above it. Otherwise, we're going to come right back down again.
Okay. Really good stuff there. This did pull back beneath its VWAP here, NUKK. Let's see if it holds here or if this starts to break down. Here we go. More downside on NUK. That was a good call, 13.
PRZO. I think PRZO. This one's starting to push up higher now, trying to break these highs from the pre-market.
Watch that 250 spot on PRZO, folks.
That's it. Yep. Yes, sir.
Volume looking pretty good here, too. Now, it could yank, but looking pretty good. All things looking pretty good here.
Manage those stops. Intel pushing up, trying to take out the pre-market high.
Chris, you'll get a register ring for having your best day of the year on NUKK. You love to hear that.
All right.
You love to hear that.
No, you're right. Line Atlas, the volume is not helping NUKK right now.
No, it isn't. And PRZO pulling back to the trend line.
I went right back to my VWAP too.
Now, the thing you were just talking about the volume there on NUKK, the reality is especially because of how thin that is, you get any type of volume pop that can change in a hurry. Real quick look around the markets, by the way. SPY still holding. It is off the highs, but it's holding here. Market breadth looks good across the board. Positive breadth in the SPY, Dow, Qs, Russell, and the New York Stock Exchange. So looking pretty good across the board here.
It sounds a little too good almost. Are we all getting excited for a long 3-day weekend that we want to just buy?
I am getting excited for the long 3-day weekend, and it has nothing to do with buying stock.
Yes, because we have a very
I don't know what to call it.
It's divisional weekend, so that's why I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Okay, it looks like BBAI trying to take another attempt to get over VWAP and push up. Need better volume than this, but it doesn't look too bad.
Real quickly here, Brian's asking, is the volume low across the board? And actually, yeah, Brian, it does look a little low here, certainly on the SPY. Only 6.3 million shares traded. Get in there, 13.
Yeah, I was going to say, it really does feel like that across all these movers that we're seeing here. Just not, I mean, we had a good amount of volume out of the open here. And then as we, go on with the 5-minute candles, you can see the volume just really evaporating. BBAI, here we go, pushing over VWAP. We just need to see volume expansion here, and we can get this thing up to the 460 area. But yeah, like you said, the volume just doesn't seem to really be materializing in a lot of these names. So those upside moves that we're hoping for or looking for, they're not getting them. And look at PRZO. That's why you raise your stops. That was, oh man. And we also got an opportunity to reload if we wanted to, but that was...
and you know what? And speaking of stops there, NUKK, hopefully you guys had them here. This looks like this is about to break and go lower. There's your break. This is hunting for a new low here. We'll see if this settles here 31.30, which was the other pre-market low that we got marked here.
Timely call on that one.
Yeah.
So NUK and we could see the buyer step in too, but there might not be enough.
And look, here we go. Look at that. And this is kind of what we were saying. It's important to know exactly what it is that you're trading, because we've seen this on NUKK, and you have to be able to allot your risk accordingly. NUKK bouncing here on volume right back to the VWAP and does not have the strength yet to get above it. We'll see.
Yeah, the VWAP, clearing it right now, we're going to need to see more volume than this in order to do that. And even if it does trade above it, it needs to still have that volume in order to stay above it for the next minute and a half.
Yep.
ZEO, another one that this hasn't really been doing a whole lot today. That one's headed down to the 280 level. LAES looks like it might be rolling over. I don't want to say it's going to roll over for sure yet. There's still a possibility it might get support from VWAP, but if we lose VWAP, then it makes the rollover more likely.
Okay, and I think a pretty nasty looking trend here on LAES that we really need to resolve.
Well, these movers aren't looking too spicy at the moment. Do we want to look at something else? Maybe some of the larger names, see how they're doing.
Yeah, we can always do that. I know Tesla here is one of the popular ones. Tesla here spiked out of the open. Looks like it's coming back into VWAP, but a potential VWAP trade here up just as I said that it broke beneath. Anyway, Tesla right here at VWAP.
On the 5-minute chart, I don't like the way these upper shadows look. This
I don't blame you.
This may indicate that we're going to be heading lower.
And actually, those upper shadows look just as bad on the 1 minute 13. You don't even really need the 5 minute for that, but point made.
So it seems like we're going to be touching 420 pretty soon here. Looking for voodoos. All right, or wisdom.
I was going to say you're looking for wisdom.
Yeah, looking for wisdom. So we're probably going to even lose 420, I would imagine. And if we do, the support looks a lot better around 418.
BZAI, this is open and pushing higher now on volume. We're actually currently in the biggest 5 minute volume candle of the day. And it looks like, almost. So 2 back-to-back big 1 minute candles there. BZAI higher out of the gate.
Let's see if we get some. Here we go. XHG. That's trying to push higher. Maybe it sees 152. That's the pre-market high.
UMAC getting mentioned by several people in the chat. I'm pretty sure Jay Rice mentioned this earlier, and maybe I'm mixing that up. Anyway, UMAC here dipped down to 1320 and a rip higher. By the way, one of the Kathy Wood, one of the stories earlier, I'm not sure if we covered this, was about Kathy Wood. Yeah, this was after the SpaceX. So Kathy Wood adds a new space stock to 2 ETFs. It's actually Lunar, ticker LUNR. Company went to the moon. Will investment returns follow? Add Lunar, and they sold Rocket Lab in order to do that. So here's your Lunar chart. We did spike out of the open. We've come back down to balance here so far.
They sold all of their Rocket Lab?
Let me actually pull that up here. I've got the article here for you. Where was that? TikTok ban, Starship explodes. Let me go get that.
I mean, it doesn't matter at what point they bought Rocket Lab. They're green for sure. It's just a matter of how green are they? Are they, like they bought in single digits and now it's at $25 green? Or did they buy it when it had that first run up into, over $16? And there's
so it just says it said it sold shares of Kratos and Rocket Lab, but it does not specify if it sold all of them. This would leave me to believe that it did not.
That makes sense. Because
I'd have to check Kathy's holdings. Producer, if you can do that, let me know.
It would make a lot of sense to manage your way out of a little bit of Rocket Lab, considering how much it's run, but still holding on to it is a very good idea as well, because this is a company that's going to be competing with SpaceX and New Glenn or Blue Origin. I mean, and a bunch of other space companies that are going to be launching rockets this year, and countries. So Lunar looks like that's trying to turn around. Let's see if we get a recapture of VWAP. Lunar, let me see here.
Producer, did we have a poll question for TikTok that we were going to run today? I can't remember. Let me know. We'll be happy to vote in that. Lunar actually back above its VWAP right there.
Yeah, I wonder if Lunar maybe makes a crazy run to like 40 or 50 at some point. I mean, I know that I'll take a look at Rivian in just a moment there, Diamond. I know that Kathy Wood has often been viewed as with skepticism over some of her calls, but I gotta hand it to her. She's been right about a lot of things, and she's one of the reasons why I even started looking at Archer. and that was a massive win.
Yeah. Here, Glenn saying, take a look at the Tesla Weekly. Tesla Weekly looks like this is trying to push higher, to be quite honest with you. And UKK, by the way, I'm so glad we prepared everybody for this one. That had looked like it was kind of falling out of favor, and just buyers just kind of show up. You could see exactly how thin this is. This thing continuing to push higher here. NUKK. Poll is up. Do you think TikTok will shut down in the United States this weekend?
No.
I've gone ahead and cast my vote too. Appreciate if you would vote in our poll. We'll give you those poll results in a little bit. Producer, ping me if you wouldn't mind.
LAES moving up here, trying to match this intraday high. BZAI with a pull. Same thing with XHG. UMAC, new intraday high, 1435. And UKK recaptured its VWAP. PRZO is trying to turn around, although I'm a little bit more cautious when it comes to PRZO at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I actually kind of like this LAES. If this can really get rolling, I kind of like that a little bit more. VS put in a pretty good looking candle there. It looked like it was going to buy that flush up, but we did return to the lows here. Don't trust VS yet after what we've seen. And then the other one that you mentioned there was NUKK. How are we doing on this? Chris, I know that you're still trading this. I would imagine Lion is still trading this one as well. NUKK looks like a possible 35 here.
Yeah, NUKK. I like 36 as a potential resistance on this move over.
Okay.
Let's see.
We'll go right into a 35 right there, 13. Right into 35 on that.
Almost there. All right. Just looking around here, it looks like BZAI halted to the downside. Right down to where the bottom of the last the 5-minute candle was.
Oh, there you just got your 36 on NUKK. Look at that. Actually went above 36. Looks like 36.17. Way to go on that one, 13.
Oh, thanks.
That was a good one.
Well, it's going higher than 36 now.
Mm-hmm.
Now it looks like it wants 37.80.
Okay, I'm out there at 36. Let's not go too much higher.
Well, if it holds above VWAP, it certainly could. Got the other EMAs coming up to cross VWAP. That's usually a good indication that there's more upside ahead. But yeah, let's see if it can hold above 36.
Bitcoin, it's higher here, 2.9%. This Bitcoin actually looks like it might be trying to go higher here. We'll see if BTCT ends up going with that. MSTR, a line, I know you were on MSTR earlier. That one was probably getting, oh yeah, MSTR. This chart actually looks very similar to the Bitcoin futures chart I was just looking at. Might have some new highs here coming, ticker MSTR.
BBAI, we're starting to get some big movement here, getting a MACD crossing potentially as well. Looks like we're trying to go up towards 450. Need more volume than this though, but it's certainly looking like it's trying to get going here. Izzy says Fubo is ripping. We're also getting a question from Roaring Mouse asking any input on Boyle for the next upcoming week. Let me think here, because we've been on this natural gas theme for a while.
Yeah. So real quickly here. So natural gas has kind of pulled off of its highs. So I'm sorry, I don't have a natural gas chart to bring up here. So you're just gonna have to kind of follow along. Natural gas, the recent high of the commodity itself was 4.369. We made what looks like kind of a janky double top right around 4.3 on natural gas. Now we've pulled back down to 4.02. Natural gas. So Boyle looks like this is a temporary pullback. I mean, looking at the nat gas chart here, it does kind of look like it pulled back to a support area. So I could see why you'd want to add this. Just keep in mind when you're dealing with Boyle, this is the levered natural gas fund. Mm-hmm. So this thing, we call this thing the Widowmaker all the time. You could see moves like this where we went 70 to 80 in a matter of an hour intraday. But man, oh man, just be careful with this if you don't have a plan in case this doesn't work on Boyle. Now, 13, sorry about that. I just wanted to break down the natural gas commodity. What did you have on this one?
Well, my thought here is that it did have a nice run, so it became pretty extended, and it's just kind of cooling off a little bit. And I think that if
Yeah.
it continues to do that, we're probably going to see prices around 65 or 64.50, maybe somewhere around in there.
Okay.
But I think what's going to happen is we are going to get a little bit of a pullback, and then we're going to have this Arctic blast or this Arctic storm that's coming and hitting the U.S. and it's already dumping a lot of snow. But I feel like some headlines coming out next week when this storm does hit some of these lower states could draw more attention to natural gas and cause it to move up more. So that would be my thought.
I think you're spot on with that thought, 13. We here in Chicago, we're actually getting ready for another cold snap. We got a reprieve, and it went up to a balmy 38 degrees yesterday instead of the 8 and 11 degree temperatures that we've seen. But it is going to plunge back down into the cold here. So I would imagine that would help that entire thesis.
So that's what I think with natural gas and oil. So I think we are going to need to see some more downside before we see some more upside. It's not oversold at the anymore. It's at got a 62 RSI. But that's still a little elevated. I would want to see it come down so when it does make the next rally, it doesn't become oversold too quickly.
Okay. Good stuff there. Okay, where are we at on Nuke here? I'm out of all day trading positions right now, so I'm kind of hunting for a new one. Last one here that worked was NUKK. I'll take it.
And it might not be done.
I'm out of it. So if it's not done, I'm not capturing it until we get another entry trigger.
Because, it just needs to hold this 36. And now we have a new candle. We're pushing up. We're probably going to take out the pre-market intraday highs. Just need to see and make sure this volume that we got in the last candle carries over in this one. Looking not bad. It's hold 36 and we can go higher.
PRZO, maybe this is bouncing here.
Could also be BBAI. This one's been kind of going sideways, trying to every time that we get a push up away from VWAP, it comes right back down and kind of goes sideways there. Now these pushes have been getting higher. And it's not really what you want to see with these wicks, but I would think that the next time this pushes up, that could be the big volumetric move that takes us beyond the pre-market high of 447.
BBAI, Ryan, this was a really good hook. And on this multiple days here, I'm glad that this is working out for you.
And there goes Nuke. There goes Nuke.
Is it going nuclear? Here we go, right up to that. Now that 38 level, we'll see if we break out from 38 here on NUKK. I'll tell you what, this pulls back towards the VWAP, might be tempted to leg back in for another trade. We'll see.
I think, well, if we get this breakout over 37.79, I think that it might be a little bit of a time before it gets back to VWAP, because that would be, it's a breakout move, and it could go into the 40s.
Mm-hmm. Though what we would need here is for this volume to continue increasing. You can see at least over the last several minutes here, it is in fact plentiful. We want to see that really kind of spike again and go right through 38 here.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
Hab Talem's asking me if I'm sorry.
Just like that. Just like that, Ryan.
Just right there. Sorry, bad time to try and answer that question, I guess. Hab Talem, are you using a 5-minute chart? I switch back. Actually, if you take a look at my screen here, these are all of the different time frames that I'll use throughout the course of the day, and 5-minute is absolutely one of them. What you're currently looking at is the 1 minute. I would say I probably have the 1 minute chart up more than any other chart, especially when we're doing some of these short-term trades. But yes, absolutely, we do use the 5 minute. 13, I think, often uses the 5 minute mostly. Mm-hmm. So yes, absolutely, we do.
Well, we just kind of narrated that whole thing with NUKK. That was fantastic. Now let's see what happens next. Are we going to get 40s? We're not too far away.
I think we do. Question is, does it move through it and really start to go ham? And speaking of which, the volume, which we've really kind of been looking at, continuing to get that expanding action that we were talking about. So all of this looking pretty good here. Pretty good. That once this thing went to 36, it kind of held that volume level, and then when it moved away from 36, the volume expanded yet again. One of the reasons that we look for that so often.
Zeo trying to turn around here. I need to see a lot more things happen before I'd be interested in this one. First thing, it needs to get back above the 65 EMA, and then subsequently the VWAP. Those are at 318 and 334 respectively. So going to need to see more volume in the ZEO, but trying to turn around here.
And let's look here. Quick check in on the market. Everything seems to be holding higher here. SPY up by about 0.87%. S&P futures up the same. Looking pretty good here. How are we doing on Tesla? Okay, so Tesla is actually pushing to some new highs here after that little bit of a pullback. Tesla pulling back to the VWAP and bang, new highs.
Where's the resistance on NUKK? Well, we broke through it. It's the pre-market highs we were talking about. But if you want to like the next level, gosh, we're actually right in the thick of the December consolidation we outlined in pre-market. So I would say if we can, well, this is a daily chart, so we need to get above 40. That seems to be the next big area at this stage. It's just making sure we can get above 40. Once we start closing some 5-minute candles above 40, then we could have that conversation about 50. But first things first, $40 seems to be the big level to get to and over. So I would say about 40. How about that? Does that work for you?
Yes.
All right.
Is the answer there.
PRZO, this is still heading lower. Looked like this could end up losing $2 if we do not bounce at the 65 EMA. NUKK, here we go.
CCJ was trading up and on the scanner there. LEU looks like that's making a move with it too. We've talked about these a lot here. LEU, Jay, what do you think about LEU now that it's come down from those highs? Are you loading it?
And ZEO is really coming back now. Trying to hold above VWAP at this point. That was a nice turnaround.
On ZEO?
Yes, sir. ZEO trying to turn up or doing so, and NUKK trying to take 40 and go higher. 39.85 is the high in Nuke.
Let me check the Twitter streets here.
Also getting some support in BBAI on the 65 EMA. Volume needs to be better, but it looks like it's trying to push back through VWAP.
You guys are, sorry to interrupt here, but you guys were mentioning the TikTok ban, right? Did someone mention that? Yeah, scapegoat. Thank you. TikTok ban upheld. Indeed, Supreme Court upholds law that could ban TikTok. Here's why the app probably won't go away soon. That's kind of what we were talking about here. And that is what our poll question was. What do you think, producer? Are we ready to read those results?
No, Carmen, I did not. And there was another ticker I was supposed to look at. I believe it was Rivian. I think Diamond wanted me to take a look at that. Let me double check and make sure that's what he wanted. Is that what you wanted me to look at? Was Diamond? It was Rivian Diamond. Let me know which one it was, and I'll take a look at it.
Shrieker here saying, when you say you have traded Nuke, are you buying shares and selling with stop limit or buying calls? So the trading of NUKK that I'm doing here today is just shares, no options in NUKK. I can't speak for the rest of the group here because I think several of you folks might be. But I am trading shares. Shrieker.
Okay, so it was Rivian. So it looks like on the daily chart that we have come up to the 500-day SMA and was rejected there this morning. We hit the high of 1534. The 500-day SMA is at 1541, so just shy of that, but we hit it nonetheless. Now, if we continue to hammer that, then we're going to probably get a breakout. We have a recent golden cross back a couple, it was on January 6th, so a couple weeks ago. But if we do break over the 500, then I would think resistance is going to be looking pretty tough around 18 handle. So that would be my upside target for that. Now on an intraday basis, hold on, let me look at my brokers.
Okay, so we're sorry. Let me just get in here real quick. 13.
Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, you're saying Nuke has no options. Okay, like I said, I was trading stock, so sorry about that. Nuke has no options. Shrikar. There you go. Thanks, group.
And as far as downside for Rivian, 1451.
Sorry.
Oh, nice. 1451 was the low in the pre-market, and we're kind of heading that direction. So if we start losing 1451, then downside is looking pretty inevitable for this. Maybe down to as low as 14, where we had the lows from yesterday. That would be my thought for Rivian.
ZEO curling here, actually trying to get through, I think, 350. Watch 350. Probably close the distance to the VWAP, and then we will see if it has enough strength to get above that. ZEO.
Yeah, trying to hold above VWAP. Yeah, I like your 350 level.
Yep, we're coming right up to it. Let's see what happens there at 350.
UMAC pulling. PRZO still going lower. And UKK coming off of the 39.85 high. Hasn't touched VWAP again yet. Looks like BZAI is trying to visit its VWAP one more time.
Still watching ZEO here. Sorry, I'll flip around to some of those. We're right at this. Right at this. They keep pulling it off this 350. I only see a little bit of size there. I feel like they could easily take that if this trades back up. Was a really good call on the curl there from 3 on ZEO. See if we get back to this 350 area. Looks like they added a little bit more size there at 350. It looks like that's ticking up again here. Interesting. ZEO definitely getting stopped here at 350. I actually have my VWAP here in the prop account at 350 on ZEO. Got it at 364 here in TradingView. GSIT popping, you guys are mentioning. That is popping on volume here. Was there news on this? What's going on with this one? Yes, there was. This was earlier, or this was just a minute ago, right?
Army contract.
Oh, no, this was earlier. Excuse me. This is much earlier. Yep. 250 grand for the Department of Defense for Small Business Innovation Research Program. This up 27% here. Good mention there.
So, Carmen, this XIII that you're referring to, this is a company that basically makes medical devices that develops a nitric oxide generator and delivery system generated from ambient air, that's interesting. So basically, with this device that they have, it just takes the gases out of the air and separates them into usable nitric oxide. Is that what I'm understanding about this?
I'm not familiar with that. I can look into that if you want.
I was just asking Carmen.
Yep.
Yeah, nitric oxide. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's the whole thought here about why this could be a really good one, is because it kind of just goes around the gas suppliers by pulling it right out of the air. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So it's like one of those devices that kind of lowers the cost for that type of treatment. Mike saying BB.
Mike. I think he's saying beach bum. I think he's saying hello to beach bum.
Gotcha. Okay.
That is the only BB we know here. Oh, no, he's saying that's an old school ticker. He is talking about BlackBerry, one of your favorites, 13.
Yeah, nitric oxide. That's what I'm reading out of the description of what this does. Develops a I know nitrous oxide is what you're thinking, but nitric is what it says.
I don't see any news here. SVMH. This was a penny stock going above $1 here now.
SVMH.
Yeah, Shri Varu Holdings. I didn't see any news on this. Let me see what this does.
Seems like this is an EV play.
Yeah, revolutionizes two-wheel vehicles by developing products powered by renewable energy.
Two-wheeled vehicles. Gosh, it's almost like we need another name for those. What's a good name?
Motorcycle.
Or a bike. Perfect.
Or a bike.
Two-wheeled vehicles. How much do you need to fluff up the description of your company?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm now that you've mentioned them, I'm trying to think what other two-wheeled vehicle, I just call it a bike.
Yeah.
Even if it's a motorcycle, I call it a bike. PRZO continuing to break down. NUKK, let's see what that did. That did come back in towards the VWAP. Didn't quite print it there yet.
All of these movers this morning really pulling. Every single one of them we've been looking at. Maybe not versus. That one looks like it's trying to turn around here. VWAP is at 315.
ZO2, actually, this yanked, but maybe it goes back up there. Interesting. I have this being rejected right here at the VWAP in the broker, but not here in trading view. We'll see if we punch through that. VS is curling. Rich saying BlackBerry will regain the phone market over Apple. LOL. The phones were great. I will say, Rich, you're absolutely right. The people that used BlackBerry phones swore by them. I mean, swore by them. Absolutely loved them. I had a BlackBerry. I had a couple Blackberries. I really liked them. I do prefer my Samsung phone, but I did really like the BlackBerry phones.
The last BlackBerry I had was the BlackBerry Storm.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
The whole screen clicks blow, bro. I mean, honestly, I got good with it. I liked that tactical feedback from the screen clicking, to be quite honest with you.
That was basically the transitional phone going from the button clicking to the touch screening.
Yeah.
That's set me up.
They did it. That was their transition. Yeah, you're right. Natural gas, by the way, trying to break higher here, trying to break out of the 404 spot. I know you guys had mentioned nat gas earlier.
Were you talking about oil?
Well, I was just talking about the commodity itself here.
Gotcha.
So whatever you choose to play, whether it be Boyle, UNG, or any of the other, nat gas names.
It's going to be cold starting this weekend, especially down here.
Yep.
I think our temperatures are supposed to drop below 20.
Yep. We're going to see. I think one of our days. Let me look at my phone. One of my days coming up here, we have the low. I'll just look it up. Low's -3 and the high is 8 or something like that. Let me see. Here we go. Sunday, we have a high of 9 and a low of -1. Yeah, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday here in Chicago is going to be extreme cold. It's not going to get warmer than 10 degrees. Those will be awesome runs in the morning, though, let me tell you. That fresh air.
Well, BlackBerry is not a phone company anymore, just so everybody's all aware. They're a cybersecurity company now. PRZO continues to go lower. NUKK. This might actually be trying to turn around here. Volume isn't great at the moment, but it's got a formation that makes me think that this might be trying to turn.
And ZEO might be trying to go here. That same spot we looked at earlier. Grats if you added that on the pullback here.
UMAC also looking like it's trying to turn around as well. Rivian, this one looks like it is having a very hard time getting back above the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. I think this current candle, if it cannot get back above it, it probably will end up going lower as well. Versus Still not sure about this one. Maybe some more sideways action.
Geo continuing to go higher here. We've talked about that pretty much all week. Scanner kind of dried up here. Good Lord. Fastenal, this actually went lower on earnings, back to green now on Fastenal, or FAST. Amanda, good morning. We have an AM Boyle option on, and it's touching the 70 strike. That might be the reason for the curiosity. Gotcha. There you go. That's right. I forgot she put that Boyle one on. That's working here. Nat gas continuing to trade up off the bottom. That 395 bottom has held well so far. Tesla continuing to trade higher here as well. Tesla is actually ramping.
So let's see. Does anyone see a bear flag in NVIDIA this morning? What time frame replay? Is that on a daily chart, or is there a smaller time frame you're seeing that on? Let me know. Honestly, NVIDIA just doesn't look like it's going to have a whole lot of success trying to get back above 140.
BZAI coming back in. PRZO coming back in. GSIT is going higher. Someone mentioned this one earlier. And that volume's ramping too. That was the 250K Department of Defense order. That's right.
Looking a little weak here in these markets.
Yep. Not in the indexes, though. S&P futures up near the highs, continuing to push higher, and breadth is green across the board. Bitcoin also at the highs, by the way.
Well, what is well, look at that. All the Mag 7 are up. So, yes, the indexes are going to be up.
Mike saying, wish me luck. All 3 granddaughter birthdays in 3 weekends. Mike, I hope you got some good gifts, because grandparents are known for really crushing those gifts. Have a good, enjoy that time, buddy. Enjoy that time. That should be really awesome.
You have a good time with that. SVMH, crazy volume.
That's penny stock that went to dollar territory.
Is that still doing the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nokia created space in my core memories. I mean, I played so much Snake when I was very much younger. Oh man, thankfully I don't have to do that anymore.
Just thinking about how destructible those things were. Looks like ARQQ trying to turn around. What's Intel doing? Is that trying to turn around as well? Not really. Looks like it's trying to just consolidate.
FSI curling, maybe back to its VWAP or close to it.
Nuke it VWAP.
Okay, and UKK, let me bring that up here. That came all the way back in, but it's at VWAP. That actually might be one to watch if it can hold. You might get another trade out of that one.
Well, replay. The 50-day SMA is kind of like just right beneath the 140 level. So if we're going to see 140, it's got to get through that. And it has not had the greatest time getting over that and staying over it lately. There was a breakout over it on the 3rd, and then it was coming right back underneath it the following on the 8th. So pretty much the following week. Now it has to get back above it. I'm not sure with the volume that we're getting today, it's going to have that kind of success, but it is a very standout level.
ONDS here rolling back over, really needs to hold 2 on ONDS. A little bit of a pullback after its pretty good run. And honestly, looking at the daily chart, really love that it's kind of held in here. Would love to see it bounce here in pretty short order. We'll see if we get that. Fingers crossed. ONDS.
Take care, Judge.
Take care of yourself, Judge. Thanks for stopping by. Ryan, Notre Dame or OSU? I don't like either of those teams. I don't root for either of those teams, but there's never a time where I'll root for Ohio State. So I guess if I had to pick between them, I'd pick Notre Dame. Golden Domers. Jacque Williams asking about NVO. Any word on Novo? I think you're asking about NVO though. I don't know what you mean by any word on it. I'm not waiting for anything out of this company. This company is still appears to be resolving its head and shoulders as it continues to move lower. You do have a potential bounce spot here at 76. Our RSI is now in oversold territory, so that's kind of setting up for a potential bounce. This is also a consolidation area that goes back quite a ways. So maybe if it can hold here, it can bounce, but this has been real tough. Novo Nordisk shares trading lower after Ozempic and Wegovy were included in a list of 15 medications for Medicare drug price negotiations. Novo feeling that one here. This continuing to move lower. I'll be honest, if it can hold this area, maybe you could talk me into a potential swing. This is not my favorite sector, though.
How far away are we from some of these moving averages?
You're from Chicago and you don't like Notre Dame. Isn't that a sin? That's Indiana. There's a huge Notre Dame contingent here in Chicago, but it's not a sin. It's not like being a Packer fan.
I don't know when NVO is going to bounce, but a bounce it needs to have. It's about 24% away from its 50-day moving average, and it's almost 53% away from its 200. So I think we'll see some mean reversions at some point with this. It shouldn't be too far from now. I mean, maybe this goes down to somewhere in the high 70s before we see that rebound. But this thing looks ready to start turning around.
Yep. We'll see if we get a bounce there. Good luck if you're taking that, Jacqui. Jay Rice here mentioning Meta nasty. Remember when we first talked about that TikTok ban being upheld by the Supreme Court, Meta moved higher on that news right up to 621. But Jay, you're absolutely right. Nasty reversal here on Meta. We are bouncing off 605, it looks like. This is area from just a couple of days ago, just from Wednesday.
That was right off the 20-day SMA.
Here's your daily chart on Meta. So what do you think, Jay? Is this a buy here, or are you waiting for this to maybe test lower at that 50? What do you think? Tesla pulling off of its highs. Netflix off of its highs. Boy, didn't we talk about potential Netflix trade?
NFL picks. We were talking about it yesterday about how this looks like it's headed lower.
Yeah, so basically we have this long trend line that goes back. What did you call this? To 2023? You named it something.
I don't know if that was this stock.
Okay, well, if you name or not, it doesn't really matter. It pulled back down towards this trend line and it bounced. It was straight up rejected at the 50. Mm-hmm. And to your point, 13, it sure looks like if it doesn't have that strength to really kind of push through this, I would imagine this rolls back, retests the trend line to the downside, and then maybe even breaks lower.
Yeah, I think it might have another push up towards 880 before we see that breakdown beneath the trend line that you have there, because you have the 20 and the 50 kind of right in the same area there.
And we tested it yesterday, so maybe a test again.
Yeah, I would think so. I think it'd try to make one more push up to that and get through it before it comes down.
Okay. You know, the action yesterday was pretty bearish, right? Because we pushed up out of the open right to it, rejected, and then sold off the rest of the day. Now today we've retraced a little bit of that move, but we really are not showing any type of upside move here. It's really not all that great. And looking at the market here, a lot of green arrows in the market, and Netflix doesn't really seem to be participating. Jay here answering my question. Meta, it's very hard to trade for me, Ryan. It's loose and wide. Under 600, I'd like it better. Okay, well, that's good enough. That's helpful.
Here's a couple of good questions that are we've been discussing with the California fire theme. Mike asking, anyone buy Airbnb after the LA fires? It also mentioned Home Depot and home repair stocks. Yeah, those have been some of the ones we've been talking about as potential trades. Airbnb for the displaced. Home Depot for rebuilding. Also Lowe's.
And Lowe's was my favorite. I talked about it here this morning, several mornings in a row, Mike. It was in the early part of the show when I did the news breakdown. My first mention of Lowe's was right in here at about 247 as this thing was straddling the 200 day. We've moved up. We've definitely found some resistance here at the 50 day, but so far we're 15 points up from that area there on Lowe's.
ZO pushing or curling back up. It's, it just touched its VWAP just a moment ago. It still needs better volume than this, but you're right. It is trying to get back up there.
That's ZEO, right? We talked about that one.
That's right. UMAC also trying to move here too. Looks like if it can get through 1445, we might see a little bit of a better move here.
Real quick, the poll results are in, folks. Poll results are in. Do you think TikTok will shut down in the U.S. this weekend? 56% of you said no. 26% of you said yes, and 16% abstaining with not sure.
Wiss saying Airbnb will lose money. With regard to housing the displaced, possibly. I don't like the business model for Airbnb, so it's not one that I trade or own. But it was just an idea on the theme that there will be a lot of displaced people that have lost their
Hang on one
fire,
second.
so they'll need some place to stay in the interim. Does California have some crazy rent max laws? At this stage, I don't know. I haven't lived in California for a very long time. I know that they do have some kind of wildfire fund. So the impact of some insurance companies and maybe even EIX could have limits, but I won't say they're completely covered.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem. Let's see. So ZEO still trying to, this volume is just so low on this one. PRZO, that's looking like it wants to try and turn around.
I don't like that ZEO, by the way.
Yeah, the volume just isn't there to get what we want out of it. I still think it's a good company just based on their balance sheet and their income, but it's not trading very well. So a good company doesn't necessarily have to trade very well. Looks like Versus might be trying to curl back up. It's been getting a lot of good support down around this 275 area. And it looks like it wants to try and curl back up. I think we'll get a better idea if this is going to go back up towards VWAP in the next 10 minutes or so. And what are we seeing out there, folks?
Nothing really great here, 13. I was just wondering the same thing, but you took the words right out of my mouth, to be honest with you. Don't really see a whole lot of anything here.
They passed a no gouging order? Okay. I think I did hear about that. I think I did. Waiting for Tesla cracks and Netflix to appear. To me, Netflix has a pretty good looking setup to go lower. It's a bearish pattern. It looks like a head and shoulders to me, and we're getting a pretty good resolution of it. So the neckline is a little bit skewed, but if you're okay with that, we're coming back. The price is trying to come back up to test that neckline, where I would expect a rejection to send it lower.
Sean here asking, do you gentlemen, I think you mean gentlemen, like the sound dip here? I don't, not right here. You could have made a case for this at the 50 where we did in fact bounce, but now we have 4 straight days of upper shadows after this bounce. I don't know about you, 13. I don't want to speak for you, but this chart sure looks like this is kind of bearish too. I wouldn't be surprised if this rolled over, tested that 50 and snapped it. So I don't like this for a long here. I think this does go lower.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this may have a date with 10, probably a little bit lower than that. So here's a couple of things. It has that bearish pattern. It looks like a head and shoulders to me. We are getting a lot of upper shadows of the past 4 days. yes, they're making higher highs, but they keep coming back in and closing around the same area. I have to think that at some point, maybe even today or sometime next week, this takes the next leg down. It just looks like it's going to resolve lower, and in the process of that, it's going to lose the 50-day SMA. That would be my expectation for this one. It just doesn't look good at this stage. How far down does this go? I think you might find support around 960. That would be my earliest indication that there's some support coming on the way down there, but the fall could be pretty painful.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'd want to be in this one right now.
I'm with you, 13, pretty much across the board in what you just said there. I don't necessarily like this for the long term, or I don't really like buying it right here. I think this moves lower from where we're at.
Jay Rice, that's a great point. And let me also
let me bring Netflix back up here. You can talk about that.
Yeah, let me also point out that we are already in the earnings season, and the volume has been pretty lackluster. Yesterday was the lowest volume day of the year, and that was, we're kind of already in the beginning of earnings now. It really starts to ramp up next week. I get that, but I wouldn't expect the volume to be this bad, especially given what we're about to go into a new administration. Everybody's where a lot of folks are really happy with. So
yeah.
I feel like we're already starting to see some of those cracks. You know what I mean? I think we'll just get the confirmation cracks when we get if Netflix does what we were just talking about. Absolutely.
Good stuff, 13.
Well, it's not looking like there's a whole lot to trade at the moment.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I don't really see anything that I like here all that much. DJT continuing to trade higher. That might be a sell the news event on Monday, to be quite honest with you. I feel like that could go either way. I'll put it this way. I don't have an edge on this. DJT here. I don't know. I don't know if that's a great play for the inauguration on Monday.
You're right, Jay Rice. The banks did not disappoint, but we didn't get some of these big outsized moves that we've kind of lately been accustomed to getting after earnings that like some of those banks, they had some really good earnings, but they didn't move as much as they have in the past. So I'm wondering if there's either just not enough participation to take them higher, not enough buyers, or maybe even C, there's profit taking.
Chris saying I'm playing Apple for the inauguration. You're playing Apple long for the inauguration, Chris? That is pushing here off 230.
We're getting a question about the VIX and about some antimony play, Roaring Mouse.
VIX got smoked, or I guess it's melting here some more. It got smoked recently, melting here some more. 15.5 on the VIX. So
Roaring Mouse, I imagine that's some real Tom and Jerry stuff you have with Roaring Kitty going on there. But Roaring Mouse, any input on NAK or UAMI after Trump takes over? So the thing with UAMI, and I thought this was an interesting little article. I don't know how much it's going to impact antimony, but I'm trying to think of the name of the company that was doing this. It's one that I think is traded. They introduced an antimony molecule into one of their chip designs, and it allowed for much better error-free computations in quantum chips. So I'd have to go and look at the article again, but I saw that they required antimony as a mechanism for achieving error-free computation. So thought that was really interesting. I need to go back and look at that. But as far as antimony after Trump takes over, I feel like maybe a lot of the move has already been priced in, but that daily chart doesn't look too bad. You might have something here. I don't know for sure, but it's not a bad thought. If we do get a big move in UAMI, I think it might only be up to about 250.
If we get a big move in UAMI, we would be taking out a clear downtrend on the daily.
Yeah.
And so you might get to your point about your 250 spot there, 13. I think maybe if you break a trend like this with some gusto, maybe you actually push a little bit there.
NAK on the other hand, I mean, this one has been absolutely hammered, and this looked like it might actually have a better trade here.
Really quick here, Sideshow, take care of yourself. Have a great weekend. I'll tell you what, you are living the life of travel, right? First Poland, now Puerto Rico. Enjoy, boss. Soak up the sun.
The interesting thing about NAK, and no, this is fantastic, to be honest with you.
NAK?
NAK, yep, Northern Dynasty Minerals. What's interesting about this one is that it had a absolutely massive move back the last time Trump was inaugurated. Now, it was already running up into that inauguration.
Like it is this time?
Yeah, but it had that move nonetheless. It also had another big move in the middle of COVID. I imagine that's because that could have been for a number of reasons, from cheap financing to influx of cash to competition with China. It could be a lot of things that caused that to run. But here we are making our way back up. And you can even look at that daily chart going back to 2017 when we had that big move and draw a trend line from there through 2020 and look at how close we are to that now. We're about 60, 70 cents away from that trend line. Yeah. So NAK, pretty interesting to me.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to for sure move on when Trump gets inaugurated, but it's hard to deny the setup we have here. And
yeah, it sure is.
And how it did the same thing into his last inauguration.
Yeah, you're right about that. And it does look like this is off a bottom here too.
Yeah, oil companies should do well because what have we been seeing for the past, all throughout 2024 was that oil companies were trying to write up some executive orders for him to sign on day one. So they're kind of writing their own legislation a little bit. Not necessarily legislation.
Let me ask you, what do you think about Tuesday? What do you think if he gets inaugurated on Monday? You think we get any of those? And you think we have any stock reactions Tuesday morning? And it's,
yes.
I mean, I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on it.
Will we get stock reactions? Yes.
Yeah.
We will get stock reactions. Now, notice how I'm not saying which direction or how much or anything like that.
Because it's hard to figure out. Yes, I do notice.
But I do. Yeah, but I do think we'll get some stock reactions. So. Absolutely. I still have a concern that we might see some selling into the close today. So that's something that we could end up getting. Just because there might be some folks trying to front run the potential sell the news of Trump being inaugurated. He might end up saying a whole bunch of stuff that just drives the market wild on Tuesday as well.
Yep.
So
that's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed.
it could. I mean, let's call it a double-edged sword, and it's going to be swinging wildly.
Chris saying, yes, I do, Ryan. I think that the stocks gap up, especially the ones that the CEO will be on stage with him. There you go. There will be much buying and selling on Tuesday. Glenn, just knocking it out of the park here with that.
Anne Marie is asking, any tickers folks want to see at the option session next? Well, let's put something together.
Yeah, put something together for Anne Marie. She's kind enough to give us her time and give us trades, some bangers.
Get some good companies up there that look like they have.
I mean, you know what I'm going to ask her, right?
What's that?
After our discussion yesterday,
the cybersecurity ones.
Yeah, I got a list of 5 cybersecurity stocks I'm going to ask her about. We don't have to cover all of them, and we don't have to focus on me because, frankly, this is about you folks. But I have a list here that I can ask her. In fact, Anne Marie, if you want to prepare now, I can give these to you. Let me do that real quick. Anne Marie. Here are these stocks. The cybersecurity stocks that I am looking at. Oh, that copied so poorly. Good Lord. I've just done it manually. I'm trying to save time. I actually made it create more time for myself. This is so dumb. I should have just typed those tickers.
It's because I'm just laughing at myself because I just thought of a stock that could see some movement. If you know, it's one that whenever Trump comes on, it starts to move.
Kodak, baby.
Yep.
I know it's your favorite. I know
It's my
your
favorite to laugh at because it's hilarious. Why it even is correlated with him, but it's just funny to me. So that's probably one that we could take a look at. I mean, it looks like it's getting ready to try and make a move over 775. But just to explain real quick, Kodak is only connected to Trump just because at one point during COVID he mentioned Kodak because they're essentially a chemical company, and they could have been tapped to provide some substances for managing COVID or treating it. And ever since that he made that mention, just the mention, it has moved every time he's come on to speak in front of TV in a presidential, candidate or presidential capacity. It's just fun. Tesla, MSTR, and Google.
As far as Kodak goes, I would just love like the Trump impression too. I don't do a good Trump impression, or you'd hear it more often here, but I can just imagine him being like, Kodak, great American company. I used to use their cameras, beautiful film. Anne Marie also mentioning Kodak has a lot of black ops stuff, by the way. Eastman Kodak, ticker KODK.
It was also an NFT company for a minute. Great company. Nobody takes pictures anymore with cameras.
Yeah.
It's sad, isn't it?
I mean, I might practice that over the next couple of months here. I might practice a Trump impression and see if I can do. There are some real good ones. There are some real good ones out there. What's Rogan's friend? Shane Gillis?
Shane Gillis. That's the best Trump impression I've seen. It is the best,
dude. It's so good. This comedians, man. Tell you what, you get a good comedian that does good impressions. There's nothing better than that. Still a fan of Pablo Francisco from back in the day in movie theater announcer voice. Are you ready? It's just the best. It can make anything sound cool. Literally anything. Little tortilla boy. Oh man, guys, this stuff is so good. It's just so good. All right, we'll get back to some seriousness here.
So one thing that we can take a look at, SLB, that had earnings today.
It did.
It was better than expected. Dividend raised, and now it is overbought, and it's approaching it's actually right at the edge of its 200-day SMA. So this looks like a pretty good setup for a pullback. And if this is something you want to field to Anne Marie, it might be a good put option.
Anne Marie, I guess the idea of coming in here and asking for some stocks early produces one hell of a list. I think we got 6 for you now. Oh, no, with Kodak, that would be 7. Harry saying Trump is unpredictable. So Harry, this is a really good point. Yes, that's obviously true. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that. But the key takeaway for us as traders is that unpredictability translates to volatility. And as 13 was mentioning, when he singles out specific companies, that provides an opportunity for us to maybe trade those companies or even some sympathy companies as well. So that unpredictability, that should help us as traders. That's not something to fear. Lion here, who said he was leaving earlier, obviously not telling the truth. Just kidding, Lion, love you. The market may sell off after inauguration. This is something that I'm very proud of our group, because both on the morning show and the happy hour, we have outlined, despite the benefit of Trump taking over from an inept administration, there absolutely could be a sell the news event here. And I think, especially for those of us that have really kind of been talking and waiting for the market to reset some of its valuations, come in and remove some of that frothiness. The market has been extremely resilient, and I don't want to rule out the possibility that the inauguration is that sell the news event that really kind of kicks that off. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I think that us being prepared for that is going to be really important. And so, Lion, I'm glad it seems that you are prepared for that. The rest of you should be as well, as far as I'm concerned. And the market is closed Monday for MLK Day. Thank you, producer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So place your bets.
Place your bets.
Place your bets on what the market does. I would personally, I'd prefer to just hold on to the stronger companies and lighten my position on some of these weaker companies. I feel like the market will sell after the inauguration. I agree with Lion. I think that's something we've outlined about how this rally that we're getting right now is the final rally of the election trade. Ever since November 5th, we've kind of been up in this area. Once that the inauguration happens, I think that might be the sell the news event that ends up taking this the market lower. But I could be completely wrong about that. This market has shown us it could do one thing, and it has gone completely the opposite direction.
22 points off the lows from Monday.
Well, we didn't miss a pullback opportunity. We've been calling for the pullback, and we outlined it a lot. But we're looking for more of a correction. There's this market needs to have one, and then we can go higher. BZAI, that is trying to get back up to VWAP. Might be seeing some returning life in some of these names. Lunar, same thing. That's curling back up to VWAP.
And remember, Lunar, we had the Cathie Wood story earlier on that. Cathie Wood selling Rocket Lab to add Lunar to 2 different ETFs. Arden saying, I think we continue to see the market move up till the end of the month. One of the other things that we discussed for a potential market sell-off would be the end of Q1, right? Around March. That was another one of the date ranges that we had kind of targeted there. And in that case, if we do get that, Arden, you'd still get some more continued market move up here.
It's entirely possible too. So the other thing is, I was watching BBAI and it made me lose my train of thought. But let me.
NUKK is breaking down, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I had a thought and I just don't remember what it was.
Yep, we call that getting lost, and it happens to the best of us.
Well, when you have been distracted by shiny objects, you kind of forget what you're talking about.
Yeah, indeed.
Right now, the shiny object is BBAI turning around and trying to get back up to VWAP. Oh, it was about the rest of the month or maybe the rest of the quarter where we end up seeing that weakness. And, there's a couple other things that we still have going on. Of course, we're still in earnings season, so there's still some tech earnings that could disappoint, pull the market down. Trump inauguration was another one. We'll find out how much impact that has on the market. You have the FOMC decision coming up later this month, where we expect, well, at least I do. I'm sure a lot of other folks expect that they're going to pause.
In fact, I believe the last check at the Fed Watch tool was 97.3% in favor of that pause.
So we have that as a potential catalyst. And then we have, some other reports, PCE, GDP, but we also have the end of the holiday seasonality. We start to really lose that at the end of the month and into February. So that's another thing that to keep an eye on. There's certain catalysts coming up that could take the market down. If we can get through them without hitting the market too hard, then I guess higher we go. But this market does need to correct a little bit more so we can not be so overbought in some of these names.
And have some of those valuations and multiples reset. Here, let me see if I can do. Here we go. Oh, someone already did this for me. That was cool of you. I think the producer, I think you're on it. Here you go, folks. Here's going to be your earnings calendar for next week. So real quick look ahead here to what we can expect next week. By the way, we were just talking about that potential Netflix short. Netflix reporting earnings on Tuesday after the close. So figure that in if you end up taking a position there. Some other notables here, I suppose. Looking at this 3M, I'm kind of interested in that on Tuesday morning. DR Horton, Might get some housing stuff there. Netflix, obviously, I'm interested in. And then looking ahead here, Procter and Gamble, maybe. Wasn't that at its 200-day? I'll check that out in a little bit here. Halliburton,
and
Kinder
these
Morgan,
are all,
which we talked about recently.
and these are all kind of compressed since we have a shorter week.
Yeah.
One to take a good look at. I don't see the other one that I'd want to take a look at. I don't know if they've reported it or not. But Zion's Bank Corporation, that's one to look and see what they're going to say about the fires in California. They're based in Utah. But they do a lot of business in these western states, California being a big area of business for them.
Okay. Real good stuff there.
The other one I wanted to take a look at when we have earnings is
real quick. Well, real quick. Let me just jump in here and answer Kevin's question because I got a really short answer here. What's your thought on Bitcoin currency after the inauguration? Bullish. That's it. That's the thought. Bullish. Anyway, 13. What do you want to take a look at?
Oh, I was just mentioning the other bank that I'd want to hear about what they have to say from the California fires is Western Alliance. They're in Las Vegas, but they also do California business. That leap call on EIX is on green. I mean, we're turning around right now, though, right? It's up today because the stock is up today, but we still have a lot of recovery ahead. And I don't like the way this formation looks. So I think what was it, 65? I said it was the level we need to get back above, something like that. I don't remember exactly what level I said, but down here, I still need to see more upside if we're going to be recovering. Now there's an imminent death cross that's going to happen with this, and that could end up being bearish over a longer period of time. I just don't like the way the formation is. I need to see some more upside levels taken out before I feel good about this one. But I hope those leap calls work for you. I'm pretty sure they will because they're so far out. Meta red to green, SMCI nice bounce. You prefer OZK? OZK to what?
I think he likes that as one of the banks, OZK.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
How are those nuclear stocks doing? I know, Chris, you just mentioned SMR. Sorry for interrupting you, 13. If you want to go back, we can. I just wanted to check. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Well, it was regarding OZK. I'm not looking to get into a deep dive on this. I was just mentioning the banks because I want to hear from the ones that have that do business in California to see what they have to say about the impacts to their balance sheets or
same
anything like that. So OZK, that's if they have a presence out there in California, then absolutely.
I don't think they do, though. Here, let me bring it up.
Yeah,
I can look.
They look like more Midwestern East Coast banks. So this wouldn't be one I'd want to hear from.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a fine bank. That's fine and all, but not what we're looking for. It says the bank operates offices in Arkansas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, California, New York, and Mississippi. So you know what? Maybe there will be a little bit of a comment about how some of the branches or some of the banks in California are responding or operating. You might get a little bit there, but I still think your main point is sound here. If it's not like a main California bank, you might not get as much on that.
Well, Wells Fargo is based out of California, and I don't.
Sure is.
I didn't look and see what they had to say, but I think it's they're a national bank, so they may be okay. It's the regional ones I'm a little more concerned about.
Yep. All right, folks, 4 minutes until Anne-Marie time. Also, remember, we've got Option Sandy after Anne-Marie here. So we're going to round out your Friday with some really good content. It's been a great week so far. First full week back in a month. And we crushed it. And nobody's surprised because you guys bring the heat, guys and gals, excuse me, bring it every single day here. And we really appreciate that.
Rivian, Lunar.
You're welcome, Kevin.
And UMAC. These are starting to turn around here. LAES as well. Some of these movers from this morning are coming back. The ones that aren't coming back yet, Versus, PRZO maybe, but it's a little bit more sideways at this point. ZO trying, but LAES That one looks pretty good. UMAC, that one's trying to recapture its VWAP. Lunar, this one looks like it wants to try for 20 again. And Rivian recapturing its VWAP. Some of these names coming back.
Jay Michael, take care of yourself, man. Enjoy your weekend. Brian, you as well.
Cali have nuclear? They did. I don't believe they do anymore. San Onofre was the San Diego County nuclear facility they had, and they shut that down over 10 years ago, I think. Or maybe it was about 10 years ago at this point. That's a nice day, Lion. Well done. Take care, Mike.
Yeah, 5K days are good days.
Oh, yeah.
Not there myself yet, Lion. I'll keep working at it, but you enjoy your weekend, boss. That is a good day.
Well, shall I start saying my goodbyes so that we can get the wonderful Anne-Marie on here?
Well, if you're going to do that, you must have a long goodbye, and I'm not talking about the movie.
Well, no, because we always get into some conversation, and then we run out of time. I'm like, oh, crap, I got to go. So I figured, hey, might as well just go ahead and start saying the goodbyes now.
All right, well, let's do it. We got a minute. Let's say the farewell. Mike, you have a nice weekend as well.
Yeah.
Great, Gary. Great work, gentlemen. Have a great weekend. Gary, you too. Make sure that you work on that bourbon for me, okay?
Everybody have a wonderful weekend. We had a great trading week. First full week of the year. Right back to shortened weeks next week. But you know what? We have earnings, so hopefully we'll get and an inauguration. So hopefully we'll get some more volatility in the market. That'd be great for trading. Folks, enjoy your weekend. Try to stay warm. Try to stay safe, and I will see you on Monday. Take care, everybody.
Okay, really good stuff, and a really sharp track jacket there for my main man, 13. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, 13. We will catch you on Tuesday. I'll probably text you about the football over the weekend, boss. All right, take care of yourself. 13's departure, of course, leaves room for the one and only Anne-Marie, and we will go ahead and bring her on. Anne-Marie, how are you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
I got to know here, I'm asking for Gary, are you excited for bourbon and football this weekend?
I'm allergic to alcohol, but I'm going to say yes to the football.
I'm sorry about that. Had I have known, I wouldn't have even joked about that, Anne-Marie, but there you go. At least we got some more laughs in the chat out of that.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. What do you want to cover first here today? I'm assuming you got the list that we gave you. Well, we have plenty of stuff here today. So we'll start wherever you want to start here today.
So let me share my screen.
Okay.
And what I did was run the tickers in terms of who had the best option chains to look at.
Perfect.
And
that's what I was hoping.
So far, we've got Schlumberger, which looks really great in terms of options, and also Palo Alto Networks. And we could put in the trade preliminarily for Netflix, since they report on Tuesday, and we do meet on Tuesday. So we might have a little bit of wait time there. If someone goes allergic to alcohol, yes, absolutely, I am. God made me so, or else I would be a raging alcoholic. And I'm saying that in all seriousness.
Well, we are saying how thankful we are, because what that ended up meaning is that you became an ace options trader, and we'll go ahead and deal with that too. Market Sniper saying, pretty sure we all are allergic to it a little bit. Remember, folks, alcohol ain't healthy for you. It might be delicious, but it ain't good for you. Anyway.
Oh, exactly. All right. So let's have a look first at Schlumberger.
Okay.
And I'm going to pop up the weekly chart. I already moved the look and feel in Thinkorswim to extra large. So hopefully we can see all of these pictures. We do see this very big downward channel that this chart has been obeying for quite a bit of time. So what I want to do is move out to the monthly. I like what 13 said about a potential fade coming up into that level, but we're going to see what the option traders are saying at this juncture. We can notice in the monthlies, we've been sitting very sideways, And when do we have okay, did we have
Schlumberger earnings were this morning.
This morning. Okay, and so they're looking pretty good, moving up into a resistance zone and very likely to come back down into the middle of support. This is my thought. Now, for our ATR on the month, it is, what is that number? 590. And so if we go to the options chain, we can see that it's moved about $3 of that 5, and we're about 2.5 to 1 in calls. Okay, so a lot of folks are sitting on the call side. I believe that this is a great mean reversion trade. And so we're going to look, whoa, those are terrible. Let's pick the directional trade first.
Okay.
So let's say we move back down into the center. And let me do this again. Let's go back to the weeklies and look at the center. That's a daily chart, Missy. Operator error, sorry. We're going to go to the weeklies and we're going to see, this chart doesn't often move 7% in a day. And so we have to take a look at what happens when we have those gigantic kinds of moves. For the last time we had a really big move to the upside like that, it was way back in July. And I think the whole market was on an updraft then. And it moved really well into resistance, but never hit it. So we can do two things. We can do a sideways event in an iron condor, or we choose a directional trade right into the middle of the last move. And so what I'm going to do is draw a Fibonacci. Hello. Sorry, I'm hopped up on cold medicine, so my hands are a little jittery. Okay.
Okay. Oh, I've been there with Dayquil before. Sorry, that caught me off guard.
Yeah. So, seriously, I am hopped up on it. It's crazy. So what we anticipate is maybe the move back down into 40. And so let's think about how that might work if we think it's going to hold. Now, we could do something super easy and say, listen, I'm going to buy a flat out put for 23 bucks. Easily, that could work. Easily, that could work. What that gives us is the opportunity for pure, raw, upward trajectory on our options if this happens overall. Right now, it's going for... Some of these notes are hilarious. So
we got a good group here. There's no question.
Yes, love it. I absolutely love my 11 o'clock time with you. So here we are looking at the 40 put. I like that for a nice clean space. And so we can do that. If we're looking for a more complex structure that says, Schlumberger is in a general downward track, and what we should see is a closer reversion to the mean. And we can go, we can choose that 40. Yeah, I don't know that there's any good put side action other than from a complex perspective to do this one. Now, what I do like here is the potential short iron condor. And that means I'm going to sell a short put, and I'm going to sell the short call, and it's going to be right up on the edge of that 45 level because I think we're right there. Now, normally I like to collect at least 20% of the spread. This time we're collecting a little more than that. It's a credit of 159. That means the break-even price on this option for March is going to be $46.59 on the upside. So if it breaches above that, you're going to do some triage or you're going to get yourself out of the trade. because I believe in the seasonality of buy the rumor, sell the news kind of event that we have with the inauguration going, and that seasonality saying that if the front part of January is up into an inauguration space, it fades into a support structure after the fact. And since Schlumberger is already got a little bit of negative traction, I expect that it rotates down into that 40 level. So those are the two things that I am looking at from Schlumberger. I actually really like those. So I am going to capture that and put a few notes in it. For those of you who belong to Benzinga Pro, you can see that popping up in the afternoon. Next one I want to talk about is Palo Alto Networks. This is one of my, I love trading this chart. One, it's got a tremendous amount of volatility. And, you know, it's interesting that you didn't call out CrowdStrike in your list there.
I'll tell you why. A couple of things here. Let me just interject real quick. First of all, PanW is my favorite. It is best in breed for cybersecurity. This is the play that I will be playing the most. This is also the one that I am going to hold through 2025. The
Excellent.
only reason that CrowdStrike did not appear there, Anne-Marie, is because we had that recent huge move from that airline debacle thing that it did. So it doubled. It from that to the end of 2024, it doubled. When I discussed this idea with my group last night, they reiterated that CrowdStrike, that actually shows that CrowdStrike is doing a real good job. So I might have been off base there. I'd be happy to listen to that, and I'm not opposed to looking at CrowdStrike in my cybersecurity thing.
All right. If we have time, we'll definitely go through it. So let's take a look at Palo Alto. You can see it broke out over the highs, spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 weeks above this 190 area. And once it lost 190, it's fallen right back into the range. Now stopping at a key support zone that we've seen in the past. What is that? September's low number, and it's holding, but the trend is a little downward. Let's take a look at what happens to these guys during and just after their earnings event. So we've got earnings I see on 220, and last earnings, it faded, but then came into key support zones, and people said, you know what? I'm still going to buy it. So a lot of confidence there until it broke 190. So the recovery of 190 is going to be incredibly critical for us putting future trades on. Until that happens, it's going to be a good sell zone. Now, from a buy zone perspective, we've got downward trend over the last few weeks. It's holding this 165-ish area. So for me, if I were to put an iron condor in play to expire right near earnings, but I would take it out probably 10 days before with whatever I've got. That looks like a good iron condor event. We'll look at 165 to 190 to see how it looks there. If you're trying to pick a directional event, I think the chains are going to provide probably more expensive opportunities, but let's have a look at them. All right, first thing, let's take a peek at February.
Okay.
And let's look at the iron condor first.
Okay.
Right? 165 to 160, 190 to 195. Gives us
that's 195 to 2 you put on there.
Oh.
And the only reason I mentioned that is
because
it's
great. Actually, that's even better.
Okay. I was going to say the only reason that I caught that is because I'm actually long just straight up those February 200 calls.
Okay.
So I don't know that I'm going to be able to do this, but that's kind of what I was just thinking out loud. So sorry about that.
So let's see who's positioned there. Here are the 200 calls. We've got 1,625 today. Up at the 190, 185, we've got more than 5,000 calls sitting up here. And so my thought is that they are thinking about 200 as a potential sell zone. Now, if you were going to take, are you long the February 200
Yes.
calls?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, if you're long the calls, these are also long. So I mean, you're potentially fine sitting in this space. So this is giving us almost 50% of the range. Volatility is very high, and it could move fairly dramatically. So if you take this trade, you really want to look for maybe about a 30% erosion over the next 35 days, and then pull it off for a 30% profit. Don't hold it into the week of the earnings event, because we could see a lot of buy the rumor kind of action that puts this one in play. Now, let's say you're looking at a directional trade and you think to yourself, hey, listen, this is best in breed. Let's take a look at the monthlies. Waiting.
Yeah, there's so much data on these Thinkorswim charts. I noticed that this is a common issue. I don't think this is exclusive to you.
Okay.
Look how much data is on there.
The monthlies look, they look great. Old resistance, new support. I mean, upside pressure to that 200 area should easily be something we could look at. So let's see how expensive it is. If we wanted to take both of these, we could start with the 200, move to the 210s. Whoopsie. Good grief. Come on, Sally. Bring it together. Okay, 210 and then 220. That's 57 cents or $57 for $1,000 spread. So that looks absolutely fantastic, right? It's fairly close to those edges. It could give us a really nice updraft. The one fly in the ointment here is that these wicks have savagely reversed. These are big selling wicks. So as it comes into earnings, watch for this level to potentially fade. So if it expands, don't get your knickers in a twist. It should come back to the 210 level. Okay, so that ought to be fairly nice, and it'll give you that range of motion that you're looking for to close this one, you know, with some pretty nice profit. That's a nice space. If per happenstance you're saying to yourself, I get you, but if we happen to lose 175, and that's going to be fairly close to where we are, we could go down to 170. So let's look at the 170s and see how expensive those are. Much more expensive. One, because we're close. We're only $8 away from that. So that's pretty expensive. I would say if you were moving into the earnings space, it might not be a bad idea to just pick a side and let the chart do its thing, and then after the fact, position into the trade. So one or the other. Calls look fantastic. We've got a lot of time and price action. I'm not sure if any chip situations are going to bother them in terms of what they do, but that looks terrific to me.
Okay.
Awesome. Next, let's take a look at Netflix, since they're operating on, they're reporting on Tuesday.
Correct.
looking at a monthly chart here for Netflix. This thing, man, oh man, it's just been running off the rails. And as well, it should. Notice our little boxes. We talked about these in times past. It comes right to the halfback and bounced, right? So it's bouncing off of this 825 area. And in all likelihood, I bet you the traders are trying to position into this 1000 area. That's going to be sort of like the sweet spot. Let's draw Fibonacci here. Yeah, look at that. The 1618 is 1033. So let's look at a couple of lottery ticket events. And that might be a fade into the bottom of this box at 750 or a rise into the 1000 area and we hit 1030. So let's do that. Oh, look at that. 750. Did we talk about this already?
We must have. I don't remember when we did, but looking at this, we must have, because this is this is the same levels we were just talking about.
Yeah. So let's do 1000 to 1030. And there's 1000. There's 1030 not in here. Oh,
nope.
It goes to 40. Okay, so let's do 20. Interesting. And then we'll do 1040 here. This is 60 cents. I think both of these are great lottery ticket events. $2,000 potential upside on either of these, right? So we've got a $20 spread, and it gives us time to watch this move. Just remember with these things, it would be fantastic to make a boatload of cash off of these, and you go out and buy, 100 of them or whatever it is that you want to do. The key event in a butterfly is to manage your risk thresholds. And if you manage those risks and go, okay, I'm going to take this trade. If it turns out that this chart does nothing, these things are going to collapse. They're going to be worth 10 cents, maybe 20 cents. Just think about your loss. Okay. That's very, very important from that perspective.
That's really, really good advice there.
Yeah. So, but I like that one. It's a sweet lottery ticket event for sure.
Okay.
Any last ones? Go ahead.
Well, did any of the other ones, were their option chains not great? The ones that the cybersecurity ones?
Absolutely terrible.
Absolutely terrible. So there's one more in here. We could look at CrowdStrike. I've already been chided for not having that one on my list. The other one that we could probably take a look at might be FTNT. Both of those might have better options.
Fortinet let's try
we'll
Fortinet.
See if either one of those give an opportunity here.
Let's see what the chains tell us first. Let's look at, okay, not too much going on here for these guys.
Yeah, volume's kind of poor there.
Yeah, a fair amount of open interest, but this morning, not a ton of volume. So let me just peek at the chart. Whoa. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. It's definitely in a buy the dip zone. Sideways action here telling us the traders are waiting for a price action event for sure. And the break above 101 is probably going to have those sellers that are sitting up here running for the hills. And so that, in my mind, gives us a little bit of worry. I would say this is probably a post trade
Okay.
What day are they gonna 2.6? Yeah, we'll cover that together. Let's look at CrowdStrike.
Mike saying which company blew up that scheduled upgrade? That was CrowdStrike, CRWD, not PanW. But one of the things that we discussed yesterday in reference to that, Mike, was the way that they kind of recovered from that and handled that actually says quite a bit about the company and the stock for that matter. So
yeah. Okay, so here we are, our little boxes, gotta love them. Went into the halfback area and not able to get above it yet. We have a cross current. We have downward momentum. We have upward price, but we can't get above this area. So what this tells us is there are a lot of sellers up here. If they have to turn around and buy to cover, we're going to get to the 3/4 mark of the box, which is 450, and then 505 on the upshot. If we lose this 330 area, 296 to, let's use the 3/4 because that looks like a good resistance zone, to 244. Let's see if the weekly chart tells us anything different. Listen, the last hour of trading today is going to be pandemonium because it's OPEX week. It's just going to be an absolute
interesting OPEX week ahead of a 3-day weekend, and not just any 3-day weekend, but an inauguration 3-day weekend. Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, going to be
good
huge.
mention, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
Who would do without you, by the way? I haven't figured it out yet. Anyway,
why worry about something that's not going to happen?
That was the best answer possible.
All right, so we have a breakaway at 370 if it happens. We have a breakdown at 330 if it happens, and we had earnings. Come on, Sally, it's not giving me the earnings thing because of my little box. Let's move this box.
I can do it. You're looking for when they have earnings next?
I was going to see what they did for last earnings.
Okay, so last earnings was November 26th. They beat on the top and the bottom line.
Right. And yet, nothing but sideways action. So that seems to be very interesting to me. They're waiting for some sort of
yeah, both beats look to be relatively in line. Neither of them were particularly large.
All right, so let's look at a double butterfly here. 330 and 370. Let's see what that looks like. February. 330. Fair bit of options there. 320. 310. 68 cents. Did I say 380? My brain is a sieve. 370. Gotcha. 370. A lot of options piling in there. 370 to 380 to 390. 80 cents. So what I have noticed, and I did mention this to you on Slack when we were chit-chatting back and forth, that the more expensive butterflies have actually been delivering some really nice gains. And this is, I don't know that it's that expensive. We have $1,000 to the upside and $145, $150 of risk. So again, this looks pretty good. We could easily see this chart collapse and give back a little bit, but when it sits sideways for such a long period of time, and it's got an overall momentum event that's upside, it normally gives us a nice breakaway, right? Notice this collapses to support. So what we want to do with this option, if it fades, we want to immediately start looking at prices that start to close the week on the low end and start showing some wicks. That's going to give us a great place to get out.
Okay.
And so that's going to be, pretty fantastic, actually, because then the other side of the butterfly will take off and move towards the next earnings event. I know you're going to tell me that is 3-3. So we might have another trade setting up pretty nicely there.
Yeah, and I don't think that is confirmed either. I think that is an unconfirmed report, so it's going to be around there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Anything else we want to? Do you want to look at Tesla really fast?
We can if you want. The only other thing I can think that we might want to do is take a look at TSM. I know we put a butterfly on for that ended up working, and then it just stopped right at that 220 area. So maybe we should just kind of follow up on that since we gave that one out already.
Absolutely. Okay. So here we are. This 210 area. Now notice this, we're now in the money here. So what we want to do, let's talk a little bit about triage and what we want to do with things that end up doing stuff like this, right? It rockets to the upside and then turns around and starts immediately pulling back once we get what we're looking for. So a key part of looking at these these butterflies is making sure trend is still in play. And so, we've still gapped up, right? And if we close the week above 212, all of this bullish motion, see how our momentum indicators are still really bullish?
Yep.
It tells us to sit inside of that trade, even though it might feel a little bit uncomfortable, simply because we gapped up, we pulled back, and now we gapped up again, and we're still holding this framework. So higher lows still in range. We got a little bit of time here. And so my thought is we sit with it, let it accumulate a little bit. If you feel, gosh, I really don't want to give up those gains, cut the position in half.
Book some of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Real good stuff. As always, Anne-Marie, we did it once again here. So our first full week back here in the market, and it was a good one. It was a good one. And now guess what? We got another truncated week next week.
I know.
We didn't have that enough. So, all right, Anne-Marie, have yourself a great weekend. If you celebrate any of those football game, I'll take a shot of milk with you. Let me know. And then we'll be back here on Tuesday. First day back. We'll talk about some more trades here, and that'll be that.
All right. Sounds great.
Thanks
Watch
so
your
much.
risk today, everybody.
Yeah, really good stuff, and a good shout about the OPX closing at the end of the day here today. So, all right, Anne-Marie, take care. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
All right, Anne-Marie's departure. It's always good to catch up with Anne-Marie, but Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Sandy. Sandy, let me know when you're ready here, and we'll go ahead and bring you on. There we go. We are ready. All right, Sandy. Good morning.
Did you like that? Did you like that little thumb I was trying to hold up there?
I saw a hand motion and I said, you know what? I think this is good. I think we're all set. So, all right. Happy Friday. Hope that you had a great week. What do you have on deck coming up here?
Ooh, we're going to take a look at some option flow coming in on Hood, Riot, DJT with the inauguration coming up. Maybe Tesla. A lot of flow coming into Tesla. So we'll take a look at those names and see if we can get into a trade or two.
Awesome. Sounds like we have a full half hour packed up here. Sandy, go ahead, take it away. I'm going to go ahead and roll your intro.
All right. Thank
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Morning. All right. So let's take a look at, well, first of all, let's take a look at that target we got into a debit spread that did not work out on target. Remember last week we had basically some down days. Let's go over to target on a day chart here. We actually had, I think we were, let's see here. So we were here on target. It was having a pump. And we had a lot of option flow coming into target. And that was the reason, that was our trade idea, was that option flow coming in. So we ended up taking an at the money debit spread with some easy rules, right? Cut it at a 50% loss. If you make a 50% profit, start removing, right? Take some of your profits off the table and let some run. So we got up to about 22, 25%, I remember. And then all of a sudden that Monday came and we were already, I think either by Monday or Tuesday, my automations already got me out on my 50% loss. And so that trade is basically done. While I was watching it, I could definitely see, and I remember us talking about like when we were ready to get into that trade, it's like when you start seeing, you know, the thesis, right, remove itself. So you have a thesis. We had a relative strength on target on Friday. It was actually moving against the market. The entire market was down while target was pumping. I was speculating that, okay, this option flow was really helping it out. And then as, you know, the tide started to change, the market continued to go lower, it dragged target down. And that's typically what happens. So think about that when you're talking about, you know, relative strength comparably to the entire market. You know, the entire market has way more strength than just one independent stock or two independent stocks, regardless of how much option flow is coming in. And there was a lot of option flow. We're seeing a ton of option flow right now in some of these names that we're going to go over, but just wanted to do a quick review here on a 15-minute. How are we doing? We gapped up today, right? At open, we gapped up, and it looks like, you know, this high right here of 599. So really the target, right? There was a lot of open interest in 600. And so we were really looking to see if we could surpass 600. And so right now on a 15-minute chart, not yet, looking like we're, you know, basically just basing right here. Really haven't done a reversal, really looking good. So we could just keep going higher with the inauguration coming up. This could be kind of a positive, I don't know, spin or a frame that you could put on it. Just a fresh view coming in. Could be one of the reasons why we're also seeing a ton of institutional flow in two names, DJT, which is Trump's, I believe, communication or his show that he has, communications basically. And then we also have Tesla, a ton of calls coming in for Tesla at the 450 and the 500. So you can see the institutions lateraling into those with a very short option date. So when you kind of see the short option date, you know that they're also, you know, basically programming in some short-term plays here, and that's for next Friday, 124. So as we take a look at that, we take a look at SPY looking good. You could see the momentum on a 15-minute, just really as soon as we broke the zero line, you could see the momentum staying above that zero line, being above the 100. A lot of momentum in the market today. Let's take a look at QQQ. QQQ, also momentum staying strong, a little bit choppy here now as we're just kind of basing, really wanting, you know, depending on your time frame, right? Really wanting to see the momentum stay strong. As we look at this, maybe on a 4-hour, wow, you could really see it. We still have a little bit more room to run. I'm really glad that you can see this trend line right here, this dotted trend line. Dotted trend line, look at how it's touching it and coming right back down, right? Now on a 4-hour, we're really looking for swing trades, right? I mean, the 4 hours, you know, typically like the daily, really looking for like some swing trades. Are we going to have continuation, or are we hitting resistance? That is where we're at right now as we're looking at the cues, right at that line. We really want to break above that 523. I would just clear it and say 524. Anything above 524, where are we heading to? Well, our last pivot 4-hour high at 527.86. So, but we need to get over this resistance level, and it is holding as resistance. We pop through it, but will we see us actually come back above it and then use it as support, right? That's really what we're looking for continuation. If you are along more of a swing trader, really looking for not only a week, but several weeks play, really looking to see price break above this level on this trend line on a 4-hour, use it as support, and then bounce and break this 527 to go higher. So that's what I'm looking at the cues. Looking really nice though on a 4-hour, I have to say. Typically speaking, when we get momentum that's up above this 200 range on momentum, you can see us kind of always when we hit that 200, we might stay there for a little bit, and you can see how price kind of stays there. And then you can see when, the momentum starts to die down, and so does price. And the reason is because the momentum actually drives price. So when you're looking at momentum, you can really kind of get an idea. And if I back up here on the cues, look at how, when you look at it, how it follows, right? How it follows momentum pretty well. Every once in a while, we'll get a divergence. The funny thing about divergences is that, if price, as an example, is moving down and you see momentum moving up, that would indicate, hey, look, we're in an off balance situation. Momentum is no longer in control, and price will start to fall in line once things just catch up to it. And so typically that can give you an early indication of, hey, we're going to get a price change. Because typically price will follow momentum. And if you go back in time on any chart, on any time frame, you'll be able to see how momentum actually helps you identify where we're headed. So typically speaking, once we hit that 200 line, we typically come back down to regroup, come back up. So we'll have to see if, and look at this, the cues when we pull back a little bit. Boy, that looks really good. This would be great, by the way, for an automated trade where you could set it and forget it, by the way. We could use our take profit, which is average true range. We could actually take a look at like 524.80. We can make that 525 to get into and this would be for a swing long, right? On the cues. Looking really nice here. Let's take a look at DIA. DIA, oh wow, nice little pump on a 4-hour as well. You could see where DIA actually broke its trend line here, consolidated, and now we have a break above that consolidation, and we're heading higher. You could see that we're actually surpassing the 200 level right here, and I would expect probably a pullback after this really strong day. I don't know when that's going to be, but I would start to think about that as DIA. What is that? $4.40 thereabouts. And then let's take a look at IWM. IWM, kind of stalling here. Almost looks like a double top. Kind of broke it right here, just a tad, but it's fighting it. All these support and resistance levels are, I call, fake out zones. And that just, leads me to identify that when you get to a support or resistance level, it's not necessarily a level where if you had your profits, as an example, you just want to hold on for dear life. You really want to start taking your profits off the table when you're hitting these support or resistance levels, depending on if you're in a call or put, right? Because these areas act as consolidation areas, and in consolidation areas could have a lot of play. And that play, right, could create a lot of fake outs depending on how you're looking at the chart and analyzing that trade. So if you can get a nice clear candle on any time frame, depending on what you're trading, if you can get a nice clear candle away from either above it or below that support or resistance level, that can give you that confirmation evidence. A lot of people just don't have the patience. If you can develop patience in this business, you're far beyond a lot of traders. So that is where we're at on IWM. So let's take a look at some of these tickers that I've seen a lot of institutional flow come into. Ooh, and you can see a hood here on a 4-hour breaking above that trend line, right? I love these vertical trend lines. Very easy. By the way, guys, when you talk about, a simple strategy, right? Trading trend lines is a very simple strategy on any time frame, on a 5-minute, if you were day trading, for swings on a 15, 1 hour, 4-hour. You can really identify some really nice plays, and you could cut your losers short. Those trend lines typically, they hold on really well. Now, not only do the trend lines hold well, but also pivot highs and lows, right? We get our support and resistance typically from pivot highs and lows. Those really act as really good support and resistance levels, and so do trend lines. You'll often see trend lines act as resistance, pull back, resistance, and now we're doing a breakthrough. So what do you have to consider when prices at a trend line or a horizontal support and resistance line? You're like, is that line going to hold as resistance, or are we going to break through? Now, as of right now, I would say on hood, this is a fake out zone. So you would really have to, we're a Friday, it's up X, going into a swing trade here. Is this going to hold? And typically speaking on a 4-hour, let's look at a 15 now that we're kind of identifying us getting into a trade. As we go to a smaller time frame, you can actually see that we're at a double top, right? The pre-market here. We're at a double top. We actually need to break above this little area here on hood. I would love to get into, as an example, a long call when we break above that 4803 level, because I recognize that this is acting as resistance. It came at the open and it backed off. Again, the second 15-minute candle, we surpass it, we back off, we hit it again. And all of these just represent a 15-minute candle each and every time. How many times is it going to hit this thing, right, before it actually breaks through? So we could have this type of action for a while before it does. Do you really want to get into a position where right when you get in, it starts to back off? No one likes to lose 20%, 30, 50% right from the get-go. You're really looking for the breakout. That's why automation actually can be such a great tool in your tool belt for trading. It's an excellent tool. And, utilizing as an example targets from ATR true range of this stock could really help out. You could say, hey, above 4803, you could pad it a little, knowing that everything that we do in trading today is already built in basically in the platform. Everybody knows these levels, right? It's not rocket science. The platform is actually giving you these support and resistance levels. So knowing that, right, and knowing that everyone knows these levels, couldn't you just pad it a little bit just in case there was, any institutions there that were doing stop hunting? You can Google that, stop hunting, right? Just to take out stops as an example. Sure. And that's what I often do, is just pad it. So on a stock like this, you could easily pad this by 20, 25 cents as an example, and just say, okay, 48.25 as an example. Then I'm in for a long call or a call debit spread. So you could do something to that event. Let's take a look at Riot. So on a 15, we're kind of holding at resistance right here on hood, looking for a breakout. So Riot got to kind of a high here near the 1441 zone and then pull back. Ooh, I actually like this only because it's pulling back to this support level. Now, when we break out, 15-minute, by the way, is a really good short-term trend indicator. If we look at how the stock has been performing this morning, right? We just went all the way up. We got a slight pullback here. And where are we pulling back to? That vertical trend line, as well as the 20, which I love. So we are above it. We're staying above it, and it looks good. I really like this. Let's see if I can show you. I really like this when momentum, as an example, comes down like this, doesn't break the zero line though, and then pops back up. That's just like a wave of energy, right? The wave of energy is just coming back up, ebbs and flows, just like the ocean. I often make an analogy about surfing, the ocean, and trading, because there's a lot of similarities. And so as a wave, right, has all that power to push you to a level, then all of a sudden the energy has to subside a little bit. It builds its energy again for the next, right? For the next wave. So that's what we're looking at here on Riot. So I like this setup on Riot if this area can hold. The other thing that you can do, because we're so tight right there on support, is, your risk versus reward is so much greater in a play like this, because you know exactly where your support is, right? And so with that, you're saying, hey, I'm going to go long here. But if I break that level at 14, right? You could see it right here. That 14 level is where my 20 is at. If I break that level, can I pad it a little, make it 1385, 1390? Absolutely. You could do that, and then you just automate the trade and then let it work for you. Or you could sit here manually and watch it all day, but I don't really like doing that. So there's Riot. All right, so let's take a look at DJT. I didn't name this. Trump Media. There we go. Communications. Trump Media. Wow, look at this high right here. So we have this pump, and we're breaking the 20. You know what I say about that? When we break below that 20, but we have another trend line here, and that trend line is pointing in the upward direction, right? So if we can hold this trend line, could I use my ATR? I mean, this is a proprietary indicator that we have called the bullseye, but could I use that level as an example? And look at where that level is, by the way, almost exactly where the last pivot high is. If I thought that this was going to pump over the weekend, or maybe next week after the inauguration and speeches and all that, if I thought that this was going to pump, I could easily automate an order that said, hey, and if you're using ATR, you can too, by the way, say, hey, at 42.15, I'm in, and at 41.81, I'm out, right? You could get into it right now, by the way, and just say, ooh, I think we're going to pop back up and continue on the higher end. If that was your analysis, you could say, okay, my stop loss is at 41.81, knowing what my ATR value is today on 15-minute chart, and then say, okay, that's my line in the sand. I could pad it a little as well. But so both of these, even DJT on a reversal here looks good, not for a breakdown, but actually another touch. And possibly because you have a low and a high, and then we have a higher low. If this changes and we get a green candle, you could also wait for that green candle before you start. And then what are we looking for? Well, we're either looking for a double top, or we break the top and go higher. So that is another thing. The only downfall I will tell you about automations is that if the automation gets triggered overnight, and it won't, I guess that's the negative, is that even though you had programmed a certain level, when the market is closed, your automation, even though it's in the queue and waiting, it doesn't actually trigger the trade until market hours open. And oftentimes what you'll see, and I just leave my automations on for the week, and the reason is because oftentimes you'll see us gap up, only to come back down to fill the gap, and then to come back up. So sometimes, those gaps, a lot of brand new automators will go, oh, the level was correct, but it did it overnight, so it didn't trigger my trade, and I canceled my OCO order. And I'm like, no, don't cancel the OCO order. Let it come back down. The entry that you actually are using, based, of course, on support and resistance or a trend line, these levels are really good. And so even though it broke out overnight, it may come back down to fill that gap, only to go in the opposite direction. You already have your stop loss set, so you don't have to worry about that. So I actually like JTT DJT, if I can get that right. And then let's look at Tesla. We're always in and out of Tesla. Tesla's always an easy name to trade, right? I mean, it's got so much volume. It's always moving. There's always news. He's getting a really good day too. We have the inauguration coming up. He's part of that whole thing. And so, basically a nice news event here. As I look at the 4-hour, as we talk about trend lines, this is perfect. So we actually have a trend line break right here, right? We got a trend line break. I would love to see on a 4-hour a candle that clears it. Why? Well, typically speaking, we could, let's see, this was at 427. We could see this come back down and touch it, right? Maybe later in the day, as an example, since this is our first 4-hour candle. So let me dive down now. As I'm looking at that now, you can actually see 439 right here, really acting as resistance. So, yeah, this one I wouldn't want to go long here. Wouldn't want to go long. And look what happens every time we hit this trend line. Let me just go back a little bit. We hit it, we come back down to the pivot low, right? That's what's making these trend lines are the pivot highs and lows. We come back up during a trading day. The shaded area, by the way, is the overnight action, okay? Come back up during the trading day. What do we do overnight? Boom. You see this? And you could kind of see this play out. We hit it during the trading day, come back down overnight. Hit it during the trading day, come back down. And so with that little repetition that we're identifying, you could probably see this move up to the 440 level. Well, we still have a little bit of room to run. We broke the last pivot high. This is actually considered a breakout. I actually like this. And I would say, hey, we need to break out of 434.68 because that's this candle's high right here on a 1-hour. If we break out of 434.68, let's just make it 470, 434.70, we could actually get to, right, 422. So we have a lot of room to run here still today, unless we come back down here. And what are we going to do? We're going to actually retest support. We broke out of resistance. It acts as support. We've tested it one time. Does that mean that that's it? We're clear? It does if we break out of that 434.68. If we don't break out of that 434.68, we could come right back down and test it again. Oftentimes, price, and that's why I call them a fake out zone. Price will come, beat its head up on resistance, come back down to support, and it will do this a number of times until it finally breaks out. And so with that, even with the horizontal trend lines, right? Even with the horizontal pivot high here, it may come back down. I'm not really too excited about the Tesla. So, but gosh, there was so much flow out of all of these that I just listed. Tesla had the most 450s and 500s. You know what? It's hard for me to say no on Tesla. Tesla's always a fun one. So on an hourly, it looks good. On a 15, we're coming into, again, that consolidation area. So I would, let me program a trade in here that says at 435. 435 on a 15-minute chart, I want to go long on Tesla. How would I do that with a debit spread? And let me show you. Now, something interesting happened. Schwab's been making some updates to the Thinkorswim platform, and I was really surprised. I was actually in a call debit spread on Tesla this week, and on Monday, we had a candle that had some volatility in it, and it got me out, even though I was totally in the money by many, many dollars, I might add. I was really, really upset about it. And I called Schwab about my automation. And I said, what in the heck? I had a 50% stop loss on this. I'm in the money. Both strikes are in the money. And that volatility got me out. Of course, they explained it away, but they did say that they made adjustments. I said, would you do me an adjustment and say, hey, when there's a position that's totally in the money, I mean, there's just no way that there was any real loss to that position, that you not get anybody out. Like, don't tell me about the dangers of automation. I mean, I know what the risks are, but that just seems ridiculous, And he's like, you know what? That's an interesting thought. I'm going to send that up the chain to see if they can do something about that, because we have had a lot of complaints. So, guys, if you're doing your automations and you're using debit spreads, you may want to just set the debit spread and manually watch it, because, boy, I would have made a nice paycheck this week on that Tesla debit spread. I'm very sad about that. So let's go over to our trade tab. We're going to go ahead and set up an automation here. We're going to do 7 days out. We know that Monday it's closed. Look at the price, by the way, for a long call on Tesla. $1,295 is what that represents. I'm going to go over here to the vertical, which is spreads, right? Vertical. I'm going to go over now and just get an at the money, which is a 435 for 437.5. And I'm just going to program, I'm going to automate just the entry for this. Okay. And for the reasons I just told you, I will manually watch this on Tuesday. Debit spreads are so much easier to watch than long calls and long puts. They don't move as quickly, less risk, less reward. So with that in mind, I'm going to set this up and say, okay, I'm going to hit the, I know I have to show this window here. So let me get over here. Let me get over to the controls. I can show the right window. Oh, of course I didn't do that right. So let me try that again. I hate this little feature. All right. I have to go back and forth. Okay. So what I'm going to do, what do we say here? 435. So I'm going to go over here, and all you have to do is click under this box, say method is mark. The first one is less than or equal to. The second one is greater than or equal to. If you scroll down here, you can actually see your programming while you're doing it. So we just Tesla mark. We're going to use the default. This is going to be greater than or equal to, and we're going to say 435. So if it happens today and I'm busy on appointments, it'll just get me in the trade. Now, I don't know what the option contract is going to be, right? When we hit 435, I have no idea what the price is going to be. So what I do here now is I come over here and I say, hey, I want to buy the ask, which is the higher end of the two. Oh, okay. So you see how this is not working? This is another little thing that I've noticed since we've switched over from TDA to swab. I actually have to do this on the front end of it. For those of you that are automators, put your comments in the box if you've had some issues since the changeover, and I have. So since I can't do it here, let's see if I can say good to cancel. I can't even do it there. So because of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just save my order. So I have the 435 in. I'm going to come over here and say bid. Excellent. It has 00. That's exactly what we want. Excuse me, this should be ask. We buy the ask and we sell the bid. Sorry about that. So we're basically, paying what the asking price is what we're doing. So I don't want to give them any more, right? I'm not like overbidding in this marketplace. I'm just giving them what they're asking for. So as I give them what they're asking for, it is a limit order, and I'm going to say good till cancel because I don't know when this is going to happen. Okay. And if you want to check your programming, you just go right back to the little gear icon. Oh, let me go back to, were you guys able to see all of that? No, probably not, because I really need to figure that out. So as we come back to the programming, this is what it should look like. Tesla mark greater than or equal to 435. This should be 00. You're buying the ask, and we have a limit order. So we're all good. Now I just save it and I confirm it, and it's just waiting in my folder. Oh, let me make sure. Are we? Yeah. So every time that I change that screen, it just, plops me out of there. So my apologies, but we now have our order waiting, and we're basically saying, hey, look, we want us to break that last high that we, and by the way, that's a trading strategy all on its own if you didn't know. Anytime a stock breaks its current day's high, that is a long. and vice versa for the short. If it breaks today's low, that is a short strategy. Easy strategies, just like the vertical trend or just like the horizontal support and resistance from our last pivot high and low. These are excellent strategies that you can use, not only day trading, but swing trading. Well, guys, I hope you got your Tesla call debit spread. We'll check in next Friday and see what happens. I hope you have a nice weekend.